Wasn't that fantastic? That was a surprise addition to today's agenda. That was the folk dance ensemble Victoria. And welcome along. It's day 2 of this road running conference. My name's Jeff Whiteman. I'll be your host. I'll be keeping you to time throughout the day. That's one of my roles. And we're already 12 minutes late. And that's because we assumed that you would rock up at about 10 to 9. We would be able to spring our dancers upon you and then hit the start line of the agenda. And the reality is, you all turned up at 10 seconds to 9 o'clock, didn't you? So we're running a little bit late. We'll keep it to time. Everything yesterday was outside this room. We had breakout workshops elsewhere within the hotel. Everything today is within this room. We're at capacity, as you can see. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers and presenters and panel guests. And as you know from experience, a lot of the power, the knowledge and the information in the room is within the audience as well. So there'll be plenty of networking opportunities that will arise throughout today. We'll have a number of breaks. A couple of housekeeping points. First of all, if you haven't already collected one, all delegates are welcome to collect an A6 umbrella or a bag. If you've travelled far and you've got a flight to go back on, you might want to have a think about the umbrella as an option for the free item. If you're racing tomorrow in either of the mass participation events, then your race pack is available for collection from the desk just on the left as you go outside the door. If there's a fire alarm rings, it's not expected as a drill, so we all sprint in that direction. If you need bathrooms, not at the same time, they're on the right-hand side as you go out into the vestibule. I'm going to be asking each of the speakers their favourite road running memory. Just as a way of informing you before they make their presentations. My favourite road running memory was Paula Radcliffe's world record at London in 2003, 2:15 she ran there to smash the world record by a minute. We have a number of speakers, and our first speaker to welcome you to Latvia is the man who has brought the world of road running to Latvia. His favourite road running memory, just to set the bar quite low, is getting drunk at the Marathon of Médoc in France. Please welcome the Chief Executive of Riga 2023, Igors Nords.
And it's absolutely great to see you all here. And now that you've seen some of Latvian dirty dancing, I think you're ready to everything in Riga. Anyway, it's absolutely fantastic to welcome you all, and many of you so close friends, finally to welcome you to my city, to Riga, the capital of Latvia, and also the world's road running capital, as announced by Sebastian Koch himself earlier this year. So, dear friends, what you are going to experience over this weekend is, and I say it with full confidence, it is the world's ultimate road race, really. And why ultimate? Well, not just because Alessio has put together a fantastic global running conference right here today, and also not just this date of this event was tailored around Sebastian's co-birthday. Once again, happy birthday, belated happy birthday, Sebastian. But mostly because this is, of course, the World Athletics, first World Athletics Road Running Championship edition, the inaugural edition. And not to mention the fact that it is the first ever World Athletics serious event to happen in the Baltic countries. But most importantly, what makes it ultimate for me, and I guess for you too, is this unique marriage of elite athletes and mass athletes. And on a scale that has never been seen before. And I mean this. I mean, you will be seeing tomorrow superstars of our sport, Olympic champions, world record holders, European record holders from 57 national teams running here in Riga, and a mass race of more than 100 countries, pretty much the most geographically diverse event ever to happen in the Baltic countries. So it is a great marriage of elite athletes and mass athletes. So anyway, to cut the story short, I'm really sure you will get a lot of insights during this conference, during this whole weekend. And there are two things I would like you to take away from this weekend. One, of course, lots of new knowledge, lots of great ideas to bring back home and execute it in your home countries, in your own road races. And the second of all, I want you to fall in love with Riga so much that you'll be back earlier than you can imagine. So, first of all, so it's May next year for Riga Marathon, and then again, we hope to make this race an annual tradition in the Baltic road running scene, so hope to welcome you back next fall again. So have a great adventure tomorrow. Do not party too hard tonight because it's race day tomorrow. Fall in love with Riga, and once again, welcome, dear friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igors. Our next speaker is most famous in many respects for running 1 minute and 41 seconds, which is a duration of run that many road runners wouldn't consider getting out of bed to do. He is, however, a 2.5-hour marathon runner at the London Marathon some years ago, so we'll let him in to a road running community gathering on that basis. Also, as you've heard, he celebrated his 37th birthday yesterday, so congratulations for that. And his favourite road running memory goes back to the Loch Ray road race in 1978 on home territory against the great Irish runner Eamon Coughlin, who he beat in a sprint finish. Please welcome on stage the 3-term president of World Athletics, Sebastian Coe.
Jeff, thank you very much for setting the scene this morning. I don't intend to add to the 12-minute delay that we've already endured, so I'll keep my remarks pretty short and pretty sharp, but not so short that I gloss over the most important message I hope that I bring here today, alongside all my colleagues from World Athletics, is that the Global Road Running Conference is not only important, it's a really seismic part of the calendar that we have developed. I think it was 2013. Those of you who have a better memory than mine, I think it was 2013 when we were all in Serbia for maybe a European cross-country championships. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up over there. And it did occur to me that we did waste those opportunities where the whole sport in one guise or another comes together. We have a competition, but then we sort of disappear without actually using the time as effectively as we possibly could in between competitions and, you know, the conversations we have in the coffee houses and the bars. And I think I came up with the idea that on those occasions we really should utilize the time in order to have debate, just the sort of things that Jeff was talking about, where we have the ability just to spend time, share views, look at different approaches. I mean, the only long-term and sustainable competitive advantage any of us have in any organization is our ability to absorb information quicker than our rivals and turn it around and make it practically applicable. And that's really, I guess, the basis of today. So 2013, I think we agreed we'd have a cross-country seminar off the back of that. And then I'm trying to remember, I think it was Cardiff, we had a half-day conference, and then in Valencia for the half marathon championships we had the full day. And then in Langzhou, we had the opportunity for everybody to come in, and that was when we really dubbed it the first of our global road running conferences. And COVID got in the way in Gdynia, and then I think in Thailand, we had the biggest number of delegates ever, and I think we were joined also by the Thai Prime Minister on that occasion. So, you know, this has grown and it's become really important. And the core message for me is a very simple one. Road matters. And I know that, as Jeff said, I'm probably better known for shorter bursts on the track. But actually, road matters for me both personally and given my role in world athletics. It matters to me in world athletics because road, trail, mountain, wherever you look, this is probably the most fertile space and probably has the greatest potential to help grow our sport. And, I'll choose my words fairly carefully, but, we're not going to grow our sport around shot putters or hammer throwers. This is the reality. We are a running sport. We recognize and we celebrate fabulous achievements in the field, but if you're looking at the simple metrics, there are billions of people on the planet that do this. They do this more than they do anything else. It is the most democratic and accessible sports. You really only need a pair of training shoes to roll out of your front door and become an athlete. If you have a body, you are an athlete. It's very, very simple. So for me, that is why for world athletics, this is a very, very important and growth area. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few moments. Personally, and Jeff knows my views about this, I don't think there is any way that a seasoned endurance runner that wants to specialize in track eventually can ever make that journey successfully without a grounding in cross-country or in road. And that was very, very much a part of my program. I started out not as a track athlete, I actually started out as a distance runner. I was running cross-country and road at the age of 14 and 15. Looking back, it was that mental and physical grounding that made such a huge difference. And we've got Jackson Tue here, the newly minted vice president of our sport. Jackson will tell you that in Kenya, there's very little distinction between athletes that are winning medals on the track and athletes that are distinguishing themselves on the road, maybe at shorter distances, and also in cross-country. So there's a collegiate position I want to take on this, that you have to know that we take road very, very seriously in world athletics. And if I'm being open with you, that's probably not always been the case. We did allow the opportunity to slide by back in the late 80s and 90s when my predecessors saw no real value. They weren't actually reading the room very well, let alone the global marketplace. This was a landscape that was just slipping away from us. So this isn't a land grab, but it is a recognition that this is a growth area for us, and to work alongside all of you in partnership is hugely important. Why is it important? Well, let me just take the two core and key areas. And we've done a lot of work on this in world athletics recently. And I guess it sits around the importance and the economic impact of what we're all trying to do. If you look at the direct economic impact, it's pretty simple. You've got hotels, restaurants, shops, Ubers, taxis, retail opportunities. These are the things that actually make a huge difference. Our own economic impact work that we started doing off the back of the 2017 World Championships in London was very clear that a lot of that expenditure is at a local level. The tax in sales is often levied at a local level, and it is in large part distributed at a local level. So it's a virtuous economic circle. And if you look at the less tangible economic drivers here, then you've got simple concepts, and we all know what these are about, which is civic pride, community engagement, the development of volunteers, parents that actually watch children doing things that often then volunteer to work in local sports organizations, all those sorts of things. Health, look, it doesn't really matter where you go at this moment. There is a growing body of work that simply states that people that are physically active, and I would say that running is the most accessible way of doing that, are going to be not only saving local communities and national communities huge healthcare costs, they're also going to actually enhance their own lifestyles and their own life expectancies. It's a rather sobering view, and I just give you a slight flash audit from my own country. Between the ages of 8 and 12, the average young person loses 50% activity, physical activity over that period. Now, you don't really have to be a healthcare expert or an economic forecaster to know that this is, a ticking time bomb. If we just in the UK alone manage to increase the level of physical activity by 0.5%, it would reduce the National Health Service budget by about £1 billion. And that's not a straightforward or linear equation. It is exponential. So, the full percent takes it up to something like 3 billion and so forth. And I think recent research has shown that if you can get the nation just running 15 minutes a day, you're going to dramatically reduce a lot of the non-communicable diseases, particularly type 2 diabetes, that are now a pathology that young people are now experiencing that probably they wouldn't have been experiencing until they sort of hit my vintage. These are all challenges that road endurance, running particularly, can address. And if you look at the health agenda at the moment, and particularly turbocharged off the back of COVID, then we also know that governments rather belatedly woken up to the fact that they too have a responsibility in the protection of local communities, the enhancement of their immune systems, and the fact that I'd like to think it's the case, but I think it's highly unlikely that COVID or something like COVID is not going to hit our communities again at some stage in the future. So we are uniquely placed as a sport to meet the economic demands, the health challenges, in a way that very few other sports are able to do. So that's why, for me, today is hugely important, and why we take so much care and attention to developing our sport way, way beyond the confines of track and field, which is obviously what World Athletics is known for. And there's a lot that we're doing. I'm not going to belabor you with all those, but you know the work that we put in behind the scenes around label races, the certification of courses, the development of our technical programs, making sure that the athletic integrity unit, I think I see Thomas sitting over there in the twilight zone, the work that the athletic integrity unit now does in protecting a sport that we love and want to remain in, at full speed, but also with those tiers of integrity. I'm also delighted about the contribution that road and many of you as race organisers and label races make to the work that the athletic integrity unit undertakes. That is funded now to the tune of $8 million a year. And that's one of the prouder things that I think that the World Athletics Council in certainly the last 8 years can point to. The reforms of 2016 actually drew attention to the need to have the right kind of governances in place, and centre stage was the development of the athletic integrity unit after a very sad and unhappy episode in our sport. So those are all the things that we take very, very seriously, and we want to engage with you on. And in the past, I think there's been a sense that we've sort of sat slightly outside of this sphere. Well, you need to know that we want to sit at the centre of it. We want to work alongside you. And collaboration and partnership is really important. We're not competitors here. We are actually collaborators. And I think we can work together in a really sensible and structured way. So today, as Jeff has said, is really about sharing best practice, sharing views, understanding some of the challenges, understanding how maybe some of those challenges are being met by other organisations within this room. This is really what this is about. And I'd just like to thank Alessio, who has pulled this together in such a systematic and structured way, and particularly over the last couple of years. So we're all here. We're delighted to be here. And thank you for making it this morning. And Igor, thank you very much for incorporating it into the programme here. It really does matter that we carve out time to break bread and share thoughts and views with each other. So, Jeff, thank you very much. And back to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seb. We're back on schedule, so hats off to the first two speakers for that. There is a sub-theme to this whole weekend, certainly as regards this conference, and it is elite athletes as a multiplier of value for the global running industry. Most road races around the world that aspire to be of a decent level, certainly a World Athletics label race, have an East African runner or two in their lineup. And we're talking in part about that as a facet of mass participation road races. So who better to start our presentations than the President of Athletics Kenya, and as Seb said, a new Vice President of World Athletics. His favourite road running memory is the 1987 Boston Marathon that was won by Ibrahim Hussein, who then went on to win pretty much everything there is in the sport. Please welcome on stage Jackson Tuwai.
Thank you very much. The President of World Athletics and members of the third World Athletics Global Running Conference, good morning. Good morning to you all. Now, I've been given 25 minutes to present my experience about the Kenyan distance running ecosystem. But before I do that, allow me to, first of all, wish our President happy birthday, which we celebrated yesterday. And secondly, we are already in love with Riga. Thank you very much, Riga. We are already in love with it, and thank you so much. Personally, I have never been here, but since I came here 2 days ago, I'm already in love with it. Thank you so much. Thirdly, yesterday we were told by Professor Vasil, we were told about the running events versus wellness. Today we are going to see the running event experience in Kenya, and we share that experience together. We are told, of course, that IAAF, those days, IAAF was started in 1912 in Stockholm in Sweden, but before that they were still running. There was still the sport of running. We in Athletics Kenya, we formed the Kenya Amateur Athletics Association in 1950. And it was formed by a gentleman called Sir Derek Eskin, joined by R.G. Evans, both of them from Britain, who was with us in Nairobi, and they formed the Kenya Amateur Athletics Association in 1950. So that is our history of athletics in Kenya. And therefore, today, I want to share our experience with you about the Kenyan ecosystem, long-distance running. And it's a form of continuous, of course, long-distance running is a form of continuous running over distances of at least 3 kilometers that requires stamina as well as mental strength. In athletics, long-distance events are defined as races covering 3 kilometers or 1.6 or 1.9 miles and above. The three most important common types of track running are road running, track running, road running, and across country, as Sepco has already talked about, all of which are defined by the terrain. All-weather tracks, roads, and natural terrain, respectively. In our modern human society, people engage in distance running for various reasons. Physical exercise, recreation, as a means of travel, because people run to travel sometimes, and for economic reasons in the present world today. And in our part of the continent, also for cultural reasons. Marathon running, and we have got one of the top marathoners here today in this room, and I will be asking him later on to come and give you his own experiences, is marathon running is a long-distance foot race with a distance of 42.195 kilometers, or in terms of miles, 26 miles, 385 yards, is usually run as a road race. Therefore, the wheelchair also are invited once in a while to come and give their divisions in running that race of marathon. We currently have more than 800 marathons being held throughout the world each year, over 800 in every part of the world. The first Olympics marathon was in 1896, as we all know, and thereafter we had the oldest marathon, which was Boston Marathon, starting in 1897. That is what is in history today, with women being allowed to run in 1972. Look at the gap. From 1897 to 1972, women were not allowed to run that marathon. Violet Passy was the first woman to run a marathon recognized by World Athletics, or the former IAAF, as I talked about earlier on, finishing in 3 hours, 40 minutes, 22 seconds. I'm also happy to have the first black man to win Boston in 1988 and New York Marathon, which is here today. And I'll be calling Ibrahim Hussein later on. I hope you are here. Ibrahim, can you raise your hand? Oh, thank you very much. I would like him to come and give you his experience of marathon running. We call him the father of marathon in Kenya, but I will tell you why we call him so. And we have had marathon records from those days, particularly the years of 1908 all the way up to 2022, which is last year. In 1908, the time of marathon, the best marathon run, was 2 hours, 55 minutes, 18 seconds. And where is the... Sorry? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I've done that, and that is Ibrahim Hussein running the marathon. And so I've already gone through that. Now the times, you can see from 1908 to 55, 18, all the way through 1952, 1980, up to the current record, 2 minutes, 0109. Look at the difference and the development of marathon as it was since that time. Now for the female, that is for the men. For the female, is 1918. You can see 540 all the way. 1970 it was 302.53, and currently the most current, about I think two weeks ago, is 2 hours 11:53. So that is the development of marathon in the world. And it keeps on developing. It looks like the men have got to be very careful, because very soon you can see it's coming below 210. And if it does come below 210, what do? We need to think about it. Now we go to the World Athletics cross country. The cross country running is distance running in which teams and individuals run a race on open air courses over natural terrain such as dirt and grass. The course, typically 4 to 12 kilometers long, may include surfaces of grass and earth, pass through woodlands and open cross country, and include hills, flat ground, and sometimes gravel road and minor obstacles. The English Championship became the first national competition in 1876 while the International Cross Country Championships was held for the first time in 1903. In the senior men's 12 kilometers, nowadays it's 10 kilometers, but it used to be 12-kilometer race, Kenya has won a world championship for an astounding 18 years, from 1986 through to 2003. So you can see that is the cross country, and a record unequivocal international success. That is Paul Tergat, 5 times world cross country champion in a row. Now he's the president of National Olympic Committee of Kenya, and he's still a hero for doing exactly that. Then we go to distance running on the track. The origin of the track running arose along with the Olympic Games that were held in the ancient age in 776 BC, when a cook named Coroibos won the stadium race. So that's why I said, although IAAF was started in 1912, but the running started much earlier in those olden days. The standard running tracks, of course, you know, are 400 meters around, and the current long-distance races on the track include 10,000 meters, 5,000 meters, and 3,000 meters. On the side here, you can see the double Olympics, 1,500 meters triple world, 1,500 meters and world 5,000 meters champion, the current Faith Kipyegon, who is actually going to run tomorrow. She's here and she's going to run tomorrow. The factor for great distance running performance. I would like to say that Kenya is one of the most successful countries in the world when it comes to distance running. But what is the secret of Kenya's success that since Kenya 3S was formed? The impact of Kenya distance running. Let me start by the economic factor. And this is achievement have of course, there are cultural influences, there's natural advantage, the early talent identification, the diet, and the world-class coaching. So let me start with the economic sector. Achievements have attracted sponsors, media attention, and investments in the sport. Major athletics brands and companies are eager to associate with products with successful athletes, leading to lucrative endorsements, deals, and sponsorships. The growth of the running industry benefiting events, teams, infrastructure, and development. Here you can see Eliud Kipchoge being associated with the Ineos 159 world record that particular time, and the Isuzu, which produced a D-Max edition in honor of Eliud Kipchoge. And so he is supported by Isuzu, and they produced a new Isuzu truck called D-Max. And so if you want to order one, you need to talk to Eliud Kipchoge, and you can order that D-Max, which is associated with the Ineos 159 record holding by Kipchoge himself. The next impact is the social impact. The elite athletes go beyond their sporting achievements and become role models and ambassadors for positive change. They use their platform to raise awareness about social issues, advocate for inclusivity, and inspire others to overcome challenges. Their impact extends beyond sports, contributing to wider societal development and fostering a sense of community and unity. So they bring unity within the society, because anytime they win, the whole village comes out to really enjoy and clap for them. And development of education, For example, again, with Eliud Kipchoge, putting up a library. He has put up a huge library in his primary school, where he went to primary school, giving back to society. He has built a huge library for the children of that school to use so that they can come up, get the knowledge, and they understand exactly what happens. And therefore, we want to thank Kipchoge for giving that back to the school and the society. The next one is innovation and technology. The Kenyan elite athletes drive innovation and technological advancement within the running industry. Their pursuit of excellence pushes sportswear manufacturers to develop cutting-edge apparel and footwear that enhances performance and reduce injuries. Athletes' feedback and demands for better equipment and training methodologies stimulate research and development in the industry, leading to the creation of more advanced products and training techniques. And so you can see the contribution in terms of that particular sector. And because of time, I will not go into too many details. I'll go to the next one, which is mass participation. Elite athletes act as a catalyst for mass participation events. The thrill of witnessing elite runners in action inspires amateur runners to set their own goals and participate in races. And there you can see Vivian Cheruiyot. I'm sure most of you remember Vivian Cheruiyot, again from Kenya, who started as a youth in quite some times back, and then graduated into under 20, which was then called the junior, and then graduated into the senior, and then went into the marathon. And she's been running the marathon for quite a long time. So she's one of the longest runner in terms of all categories. And she is now inspiring the young generation at the Nairobi International Park. And so, again, going back to inspire the young generation and to bring together the mass movement and the mass participation in events. I will leave it at that for now. I hope I've given you something about Kenya ecosystem on what we are doing and the experiences that we have gone through in our development of the sport of athletics. And we want to thank World Athletics for supporting us all along that way in our journey that we have come through. And for this reason, because I don't want to be alone, I promised that I will invite Ibrahim Hussein. Let me tell you something about Ibrahim Hussein before he comes here. As I said earlier on, we call him the father of marathon in Kenya. Why do we do that? Because of the following. Ibrahim Hussein is 3 times winner of Boston Marathon, 1988, 1991, and 1992. He is the first African to win New York City Marathon in 1987. He is 3 times winner of Honolulu Marathon, 1985, 1986, and 1987. In October 2021, he was inducted in the New York Marathon Hall of Fame, again as the first African inductee. This was to appreciate his achievement in the New York Marathon City. He paved the way for the next 17 other Kenyans, including reigning world champion Eliud Kipchoge, to participate in that event. He represented Kenya in the marathon at the Seoul Olympics in 1988 and Barcelona Olympics 1992. Currently, he serves as the Regional Director for African Athletics Development Center in Nairobi and a member of Athletics Kenya Executive Committee. He is also a certified road races course measurer. He continues to make social contribution by creating employment at his farm. He's got a farm called Lobo Village, and a facility where we also use it for hosting the World Athletics Cross-Country Tour, gold level in Eldoret. And finally, as I said, he's the father of a marathon in Kenya. He's a real nice gentleman, a retired athlete, and allow me now to call him to come here and give you take about 5 to 10 minutes to give you his own experience on the long distance running in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm already sweating. Thank you, and happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy belated birthday. My story, I think I'll give you a very short story about myself. I come from Kenya, as the President has said, and I was very lucky. I'm the luckiest person. Whenever I make presentations and then I say I'm lucky, people always hit me. They say, hey, you are not lucky. For you to run the marathon and win a marathon, you cannot be lucky. But I believe I'm lucky. First of all, because I come from a community in Kenya which is blessed for long-distance running. You know, Kenya is 55 million people. There are about 42 or 43 different tribes. And there's a small community of people come from Rift Valley. They live in high altitude. I was born in 2,000 meters above sea level in a place called Kapsabet. So is that not luck? Because I would have been born in sea level, but I was born in high altitude. I went to school. My story is like any other great athlete from Kenya. We have a certain pathway. So my pathway to running great marathons is my early life. I went to a primary school. From my home to that primary school is 3 kilometers away. And we had no means of traveling. So traveling, you have to run. When I was in standard 7, which is the last before you go to secondary, I was given the task of being the timekeeper. So I had to run very hard in the morning. That was my indirect training. So I ran to school, 3 kilometers. My grandmother lived 1.5 kilometers from the school, so I go for lunch. And you know, lunch you have to run because I'm a timekeeper. So I ran that 3 kilometers in the morning, ran 1.5 for lunch, and then ran back to school, and then walked 3 kilometers in the evening. So I was doing some indirect training of 9 kilometers a day. That's very good preparation. When I get out of there, I went to secondary school, which is 16 kilometers away. Yeah? So that's 16 kilometers away. I had to run it every weekend. So you see, that hardship really prepared me for a marathon. Yeah? In secondary school, I was very lucky. I broke the national record in the steeplechase secondary school, and I was given a scholarship to go to the US. So running at that time, we were not thinking of running to make a living. We were running to get a scholarship to go to the US because there were some Kenyans. During that time, there was an aggressive campaign by the colleges in the US recruiting Kenyan athletes. And I was lucky to be recruited. I went to the University of New Mexico, which is 1,500 feet. Yeah? I went there up to 1984. 84 now is the time really I was looking at the marathons, looking at the road race. This is the time road race started mushrooming. So I ran a race called the Bay to Breaker. And this Bay to Breaker had over 100,000 people And the prize was given to the first winner only. The second winner were not getting a lot, but the first prize was a BMW. Yeah. So I went to this race. I won the race, and it opened my doors. It opened the doors. 1987, Mr. President, I was watching a race before that. 1986, I was watching an athlete ran in the New York Marathon. He ran, stopped, massaged his stomach, and then eventually won the race. I swore that I'm going to win that race in 1987. I went to New York in 1987, and I won it. There was an incident which happened, which really opened the doors for me. Although it wasn't a pleasant incident, but it really opened the doors. Because I was the first African to win the race. During the race, I was pulling away, and I think the commentator was talking about this Ibrahim is going to have a problem in Central Park. The guy who was behind me was Di Madonna. Di Madonna is a great friend of mine, and I had given him about 2 minutes. But they say, oh, Ibrahim is going to have a problem in Central Park. When I reached Central Park, that's the place where I really pulled away. I finished the race, and unfortunately, the camera, the main camera, which was ABC, sorry to mention this, but I think it's part of my history and part of the blessings which I got. When I finished the race, the cameraman, because of that story about Ibrahim going to be beaten, they believe there's somebody who is running behind me who will beat me. There was an handicapped athlete who was just running next to me at the side. So the camera zoomed to that athlete, and they forgot to take my picture. The main station which was taking the videos, ABC. So when they missed me, it became a big story. Yeah, it became a very big story now. They say, hey, how come they are leaving this African guy and they are taking a picture of this other one on the side? So at the interview, they asked me, hey, Ibrahim, how do you feel for being left out? They didn't take your picture at the finish. I said, what? Because I was running and I won. So what are you asking me? Say, hey, you know you are not, the camera didn't capture you. I say, who cares? I won the race, so who cares about the camera? What that brought is there are so many races which really invited me now and wanted to give me an opportunity to prove that, Ibrahim, you come to our race and we are going to show you at the finish line. Yeah? Boston was among, and I think financially also, I could negotiate better. I could go now and use that bad incident to negotiate. I went to Boston, won Boston, became the first African. The story is long, Mr. President. I don't want to take along. When I retired from the marathon, my marathon running, I was also blessed. It took me 9 years. I ran for 9 years, world class, from 1984 to 93, sorry. So this is the life of a Kenyan athlete who are lucky between 10 years. Eliud Kipchoge, I think, is an exception because of his background. He's run more than 10 years, I think 15. But our story, if you are very organized, it takes about 10 years. So I ran up to 93. After I retired, went home, and I was really appreciated because of my contribution, and this is why I'm living my dream. You saw every athlete dream is to run, and then after running, still be in athletics, contributing. So I was taken to Athletics Kenya, as an executive member. I did my contribution. Because my education also, I must thank World Athletics because they gave me an opportunity to be the regional director. There was a gentleman called John Belgian, who was the director of the RDC, former RDCs. He mentored me well. When he retired, I was his assistant. When he retired, I took over. And now I'm still working with the AADC as the regional development director. I'm also a businessman a little bit, as the president has said. And those investments which I made, it's good preparation for my retirement. Yeah? So when you come to Eldoret or whatever, I'm at the Lobo. Why Lobo? Why do I call it Lobo? For me, I appreciate what people do for me, and I appreciate the places where I've gone. I was an athlete at the University of New Mexico, and I was a Lobo. University of New Mexico is a Lobo. And in Africa, our families, especially the Kalenjin community, there's the totem. The totem is the animal you associated, the family which is associated with that animal. So our family animal is a Lobo. And I was running for the Lobos. So what a perfect name. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to Jackson and also to Ibrahim. While the room is still full, in fact, at over capacity, there's one person who hasn't been thanked. And if you're a delegate or a speaker or have any connection with the conference, you'll know he's done a lot of the heavy lifting on behalf of World Athletics. So let's give a round of applause to Benjamin Roux. Our next speaker has had to be in two places at once. He arrived about 30 seconds ago because he's on the Observer program, because he is the host of the next World Road Running Championships in San Diego. He, coincidentally, has a favourite memory of road running. You remember when Ibrahim was talking about the cameras went to another guy? It was his other guy. Pat Peterson was one of the runners-up at New York Marathon in 1987, managed or coached by our next speaker. Tracy Sunderland was also the founder of the Rock and Roll half marathon and marathon series in the USA, has worked on both East and West Coast, so a great creative thinker. And his talk is on elite race strategies, how to build an elite race that matters to your stakeholders. Please welcome Tracy Sunderland.
Wow, wonderful to see Ibrahim when I walked in here. And here he's talking about the '87 New York City Marathon. And I coached a club there, and all the leading marathoners there, and actually in the States at the time. And Pat Peterson was the local favorite. And he led the race for the first 16, 17 miles. And then Ibrahim and Gianni went by him, and I'm glad we could be a part of an amazing part of history, and seeing Ibrahim bring Kenyan distance running to the international forefront at the marathon level. And Lord knows what Gianni, how he does so much for our sport now. But it's wonderful how our whole sport, our whole family, has been together for all these years. So congratulations, Ibrahim, on everything you've done. Gianni, very cool. I wish Pat was still with us. Died of pancreatic cancer a few years ago. But though he would have preferred not to have led over the bridge, but rather led in Central Park, that time with you guys was very, very special for him. That said, hello. I feel almost guilty speaking to you, as I have not been able to spend any time here at the conference as I have in the past. But as the leader of the bid to bring the 2025 World Athletics Road Running Championships to San Diego, I'm deeply involved in the the World Athletics Future Organizing Program here in Riga, which is in direct conflict with the Global Running Conference's schedule. Words cannot express how I wish I could be in two places at once. That said, given the breadth of experience and success in our sport that the people in this room possess, I'm a bit embarrassed to be asked to tell you what I think about the importance of elite athletes in our sport and how to build an elite race that matters to your stakeholders, or for that matter, virtually any subject. But here goes. As a point of reference and a bit of background, my name is Tracy Sundlin, and I'm best known in the sport as the co-founder of the Rock and Roll Marathon Series, which began in 1998 in San Diego, and which, when I left the company in July of 2016, had 29 rock and roll marathons and half marathons in 16 US states, Washington, D.C., and 6 other countries with 550,000 entrants a year. All of the races had an elite athlete program. Yes, some of the elite programs were quite big, while others were relatively small. But all were designed to show off our sport's best athletes as a part of an event that was designed to be much more than just a race. The event had to show off the host city and celebrate and entertain all of the participating runners and sponsor partners and leave a legacy of great memories and, through our charity programs, good deeds. And our sport's best athletes had to be and were an integral part of everything. Our company, Elite Racing, which morphed into the competitor group, was the first for-profit race organizing company in the United States. And when I left, we had 235 full-time employees, and we're generating $11 million US dollars profit per year. This was due to our adherence to several rules which we developed over time. Number one, you create special events with a team of people who are passionate about the space that they are in and are subject matter experts, and the money will follow. On the other hand, if you manage to the bottom line with a group of people who may be talented, but who are neither passionate about the space that they're in, nor are subject matter experts, you will time your demise to mediocrity. Interesting fact, until sometime after we were bought by a private equity firm, we never had a meeting about what we should cut, only about how we could improve and do more for our participants, sponsors, and partners. Number two, create your event as you would create a business. Identify and thoroughly vet all the goals you and your potential stakeholders have for your event before you start. And never budget to be profitable before year 3. You have to invest at the start in order to have greatness at the finish. Number 3, an event is only as good as its weakest link. Whether it is your course, or your expo, or your marketing and PR plan, or your broadcast program, or today in the United States, your charity program, or your elite athlete program. The weakest element of your event defines the level of your event and how great it can be and how many people it can reach and affect. The Marine Corps Marathon in Washington, D.C. is one of the world's great marathons. With over 30,000 marathon participants, it's also one of the world's largest. And it is very well executed. But since it has no elite athletes, Most people haven't heard about it, even in the United States. And 4, every element or aspect of your event must be connected to and relevant to every other element of your event. Having elite athletes that your PR and media team can't use or understand, or that you don't try to connect to your citizen runners, sponsors, and city officials dramatically limits its potential effectiveness. Just like not promoting your event's official charity at every opportunity would limit its. Whenever we failed to adhere to one of those rules, the event wasn't successful. And the demise of the Rock and Roll Marathon Series, as a whole, since I left, to less than 10 events and less than 100,000 participants annually, can be traced to breaking all those rules. I'm a huge proponent of elite athletes, both personally and professionally. Before I was an event organizer, I was a track coach and the head of the New York City Metropolitan Area Association of what is now USA Track and Field. For 30 years of my life revolved around helping athletes of all ages achieve their dreams. I've coached over 100 athletes in every event who've competed for their country internationally and in the Olympics. And 6 times I've had the honor of being a national team coach or manager in the Olympics. But if elite athletes weren't good for the business of road racing, I wouldn't be here promoting them. I personally know nothing about music or musicians. My staff used to say, if Tracy has heard of them, we can't book them because they are probably dead. But I spent 20 years promoting music and musicians because it was incredibly good for my road running business. That said, as much as I love elite athletes and as much as I know about them and the sport, I don't know them and all their coaches and managers personally, and live, eat, and breathe everything they do all day, every day. And if I had been in charge of recruiting the elite athletes for, and then organizing and managing them for our events, we would have only had a fraction of the success that we had. To reach your goals, you must employ an elite athlete manager who is both knowledgeable and passionate, and well known and respected by both the athletes and their coaches and managers to not only recruit the athletes, but then coordinate their travel and on-site housing, meals, training, and medical care. And perhaps most importantly, their activities with all of your relevant event departments, from PR and media to sponsorship sales to expo appearances, which is an art in its own right. For us, it was first a man named Mike Long, and then after he died in 2007, for over 10 years, it was Matt Turnbull, who continues to manage the elite athlete program for the Great Run Series and other major events around the world. And who, along with Sam Grotwald, who is in charge of the professional runners for the New York Roadrunners events, but lives in San Diego, will manage all the championship athlete services for the 2005 World Athletics Road Running Championships in San Diego. That said, while Eliud Kipchoge and Tigges Desefa kept me up till 3 a.m. last Saturday in San Diego with their fantastic history-making running in Berlin, most races can't afford them, or aren't the sort of race in the world, or the sort of race that the world marathon record holders would run in. But the world of elite athletes does not end with world marathon record attempts. Of all the events in track and field, in fact, of all the sports that I know of, road running is the only one where the world's best and some fat new participant compete on the same playing field at the same time, and when the event is over, can have a genuine conversation about their races and their experiences, regardless of the difference in their finishing times. That was a PR for me. How about you? Oh man, that hill killed me. How was it for you? Why do you wear those shoes to race in? So you just started running, and that was your first race. I remember mine. And you know, it took me over 2 years before I won my first race, and so on. The world's best basketball players, football players, both European and American, skiers, jumpers, throwers, swimmers, wrestlers, and sprinters, and so on, play an entirely different game and have an entirely different experience than their citizen competitor counterparts. That is the beauty of road racing, and we have to take advantage of it. And there are lots of different ways that we can do that. And there are many that will fit into virtually any budget. First of all, what is the definition of an elite athlete? It is not just a world record holder. The Berlin Marathon celebrated their first German finishers with their own special finish tape and television coverage, and introduced the best Germans at the start line, along with Elliott and Tigist, the race's defending champions, and the crowd gave them an equally enthusiastic response. Yes, their best German finishers both ran world-class times, 2:04 and 2:22, but in many countries, that might not be the case. Thailand's Bangsan 21 half marathon, now World Athletics Platinum label event, put on by Meissen Communication and directed by Rat Yerod Wanichkan, whose name I just butchered, but who's in here in the audience, and who I call Thailand's Fred Lebo, celebrates Thailand's first finishers, just 108 and 121 last year, with the same, and in some ways more hoopla than they do the overall winners, including with their own finish tapes, finish line flags, and photo presentations. And if this works, wow, it did. They have finish line flags and photo presentations and award ceremonies. Those are the elites, Helen O'Beary, and they're the Thais. And as a result, have made Thai champions national figures. If you, as the running/sports authority, tell the public that someone is great and that what they did is significant, most will believe it. Oh, and the total cost for the extra Thai prize money and awards is less than $4,000 US and less than 10% of the total prize money budget. And as they say, and the time and attention is free. Focusing on your country's best runners is certainly easier, and in many cases cheaper than targeting international elite runners. But in all cases, we must tell the athletes' stories. Over the last decade, especially as the East African distance runners have grown ever more dominant, Event organizers all over the world have given up telling the elite athlete stories with any number of reasons and excuses, all of them worthless and not good. Far too often they have just left the athletes' athletic resumes and times speak for the athletes. And in all cases, this is both detrimental to the athletes and to the event, as the general public doesn't know our sport. And they don't know times. And they don't know our athletes. But today's public and today's media do like stories. And every one of our elite athletes, international or domestic, have great stories if we will work to find them out and then to tell them. Yes, the language barrier can be a problem. But if the athletes, managers, and coaches, and the athletes themselves, yes, it's not all on the event organizers, are forced to do their jobs, which go well beyond just showing up and running fast, both the public and, at least equally important, the mass participation runners behind them in the races will embrace them. And everyone involved, including your sponsors and City Hall, will be happier and richer for it. Translators can obviously help with press conferences and interviews, but sometimes it doesn't hurt to be a little creative too. A little example. Many years ago in 1986, Sergei Bubka, the world's greatest pole vaulter at the time, and still until the recent emergence of Mondo Duplantis, came to New York City for the USA Mobile Indoor Championships in Madison. It was his first trip in Madison Square Garden. The media attention was absolutely huge. And he set the 11th of his eventual 35 world records that evening. He spoke no English, and he wasn't very comfortable with the translators yet. So in the bowels of the stadium, I and two-time Olympic medal-winning high jumper Dwight Stones decided to teach him a few words of English before he went into the press conference. We taught him how to say, "I love New York." We all still laugh about it, especially because his accent at the start was so thick that he couldn't enunciate the words clearly. But after a few minutes of practice, he went into the press conference, sat down, and answered the first question with, "I love New York," with a big grin, and it was on the front page of every newspaper in New York City the next day, and whatever he said through the translator afterwards made no difference. By the way, Sergei is now an honorary member of the IOC and recently retired from his position as the Senior Vice President of World Athletics after 16 years, and he now speaks wonderful English. Speaking of media and the press, and what I said earlier about having to connect every event element to each other in order for that element to work and for us to get our money's worth. It is critical that we fully and properly tell our elite athletes' stories to every press and media outlet you have, so as to better educate them about the stature and newsworthiness of your event. Obviously. But it's also critical to connect them to their fellow runners in the back of the pack. They are the potential fans of the elite. But while years ago every citizen runner knew at least their own country's best runners by their first names, in our current world of participating athletes instead of competing athletes, we have to go out of our way and work hard to introduce and connect our elite athletes to our thousands of mass participation runners. I call them jolly joggers. I've seen press conferences hosted in the middle of the expo so that the runners couldn't miss it and could listen in. This again is from Thailand and Rutt's events. There's Helen. This is in the middle of this is the press conference in the middle of the expo. And that's the end of those pictures. In addition to clinics, what about athlete meet and greets in the expo and packet pickup area with a photographer and or a small giveaway, event giveaway? Perhaps at the athlete's sponsors booth, if there is one, or in the event's merchandise store, or in the event sponsors booths. While there are many fast runners which fall into our elite athlete category, whose profile we can and must grow in both their best interest and the best interest of our sport, there are only a relatively few who have broad name recognition and celebrity in our various countries. And they certainly can't race in everyone's event, or even all the major events in their own country. But they can participate in many of them. Meb Keflezighi won the silver medal in the 2004 Athens Olympic Marathon, and then won both the 2009 New York City Marathon and 2014 Boston Marathon. He was and is a big deal in the United States. Everyone wanted him to race in their events. But when someone comes to a race, to race in one of your events, his or her ability to spend time with the press, the sponsors, and their running fans is severely limited and is never enough because they have to prepare for and focus on their race. I propose that he come to our events and not race, but rather lead a pace group. He picked the pace that would work for his training run that day, did as many press, sponsor, and expo appearances as we wanted, and he was able to do this in as many races as his life and schedule would allow. He was even able to do this the week after he raced the New York City Marathon. Yes, he got paid less than he would have if he were racing a marathon, though his agent probably disagreed with that. But he was able to go to a lot more races, and all the while increasing his visibility and fan base. The runners in his pace groups loved it, and it increased our registration numbers and revenue. A win-win-win for everyone, especially the sport. While Meb was the fan favorite, we did this with a number of visible elite athletes. Oh, and Meb has already agreed to pace groups of mass participation runners at our 2025 World Athletics Road Running Championships in San Diego. As wonderful as the world's and your country's best senior national team level athletes are, you can also generate great media attention and excitement focusing on your best masters and high school age, but not preteen athletes and performances. Though cute and the press love them, preteens have been deemed too young to run long distances by the marathon medical experts, and none of them have ever gone on to success as adult runners. These athletes are generally ordinary people leading ordinary lives that have an extraordinary talent, and their performances will light up the general public, the press, and the rest of the runners, just like an Olympic champion's performance, because they can relate to them if you present them right. Now, records and record attempts are logically and obviously often associated with elite athletes and having an elite athlete program. While I was with Elite Racing and then the competitor group, a total of 23 world records and bests, 16 American records, 14 additional U.S. all-comers records, as well as 11 world wheelchair bests were set in our races in Carlsbad, California, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Virginia Beach, Virginia, Phoenix, Arizona, San Jose, California, San Diego, California, and New Orleans, Louisiana, over the 5-kilometer, 10-mile, 20-kilometer, 50-kilometer, and half-marathon distances. A number by some of the sport's still iconic names like Haile Gebrselassie and Meseret Defar. All of the records and athletes that set them generated wonderful press both before and after the events. Admittedly, the 5K and half-marathon records were set in the earlier days of those events and are much harder to challenge today, as my company, was instrumental in changing the 10K world to a 5K world with the launch of the Carlsbad 5000 in '86, and then the marathon world into a half-marathon world with the creation of the Rock and Roll Virginia Beach Half Marathon in 2001. In both cases, the slogan was, half the distance, twice the fun. But even today, a little creativity can go a long way. As an example, to me, perhaps our most memorable record attempt was the 50K in 2011 at our Rock and Roll Arizona Marathon and Half Marathon, when Josh Cox, now an athlete manager and television commentator, continued on through the marathon finish line after winning the race in just 2:17 to a neighboring 400-meter track, which was serving as the event's family reunion area, and ran the last 8K around the thousands of half-marathon finishers on the track's infield who were cheering on his every step. He set the American record of 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 45 seconds, but missed the world record by just 7 seconds because he had to take a bathroom break before he entered the track, with the TV cameras focused on the door of the porta potty. With the growing interest in ultras, maybe this will work for one of you. Josh's marathon PB was only 2:13. So you don't need Eliud Kipchoge to get your race some attention. In closing, elite athletes are not an expense item, as so many corporate event owners seem to think now, as they try to cut that part of the budget. A well-thought-out elite athlete program at whatever level will set your race apart from most others in your region. Elite athletes are valuable assets which, if nurtured, understood, and used properly, are worth their weight in gold. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tracy, and good luck to the USA when it takes the baton from Latvia after tomorrow's proceedings. In the words of the great Ron Burgundy on Anchorman, stay classy, San Diego, over the next 2 years. We've got just one speaker left before the coffee break, and I'm sure your old circadian rhythms are ready for a caffeine hit. It takes a very special person to fill this graveyard shift, and not only that, but he's volunteered for it because he wants some of the chat during the break to be around this presentation. He's a man with a lot of creativity, vision, and energy, always ahead of the curve. His favorite running memory from road running is the Breaking 2 project, where Eliud Kipchoge in Vienna ran 1:59, not least because at the time he and his friend were trying to break 3 hours in the marathon, so they had Breaking 3 on their shirts. Please welcome the founder of Newco.com, Pierre Duvalois.
Thank you. Yeah, it was. It's definitely one of my best memories. Is breaking two in Vienna, and we built this small team around a friend to help him, making it through 3 hours, and he did it. It was just a lot of fun, and just how it's not just about performance. It could be anything, and that's what events are all about. It's a bunch of different things. Yes, it happens on one day, but there's a lot of things happening on events, and that's the reason why I've been in this industry for 20 years. Every weekend, there's something new that comes up, new ideas, new things, that we can all relate to. And I'm really thrilled to be with you today. And to be perfectly honest, when I was given the chance to get on stage for 30 minutes, the first thing I told myself is, okay, what am I gonna say today? What can I do to help this community of great event organizers? And so basically, what I did is two things. I looked at data. And then I looked at what's going on in the registration world these days, what works and what doesn't. And I decided to structure these 30 minutes around basically two steps. One is, what can I do to help event organizers? Can I help them rebuild their trust in their ability to raise prices? This is a big concern in our industry, as everybody knows. And I just want to show you that since 2019, prices have gone up by 20%. And yes, inflation is playing a part into this, but that's not the only explanation. Participants are okay to pay more money to get into your races. Hear me out. It's okay, to raise prices. You guys should, should feel comfortable doing this. That is really important for our industry. I believe we're too cheap as an industry, so if I can help you today, guys, to realize that you can raise your prices, then I'll be really, really happy. I can see some phones up there. I'll give you a second to take a photo. Another thing that I wanted to share with you is, prices have gone up on every single distances. It's not just the long distances, it's everything. So that's another very positive thing to bear in mind, Again, this is my message here today is it's okay to raise prices. You guys can go for it. You won't have less participants, and that shows you that you are totally fine. So that's the second thing, where I thought I could help you guys to rebuild the trust in the fact that the market is doing fantastic. Plus 25% participation, versus 2019, across all distances. Yes, the 5Ks, and the 10Ks are leading the charge. But when you think about it, it's fantastic news. Because if people do 5Ks and 10Ks, what's going to happen? I can see some people be like, yeah, what are they going to do? More 5Ks, more 10Ks, eventually a half marathon, maybe 2, and one day a marathon. And maybe another day they'll go on and they'll do some cycling and some triathlon, but that's a different story. That's for another conference, okay? But this is really, really good news. I mean, the base of runner is much bigger than in 2019, and the data are showing this. So we should feel really, really positive about this. 50% of the market is on 5Ks and 10Ks these days. So again, the foundations have never been bigger. We just have to be patient. The years to come are, I think, really, really positive. So again, I thought that today you guys would appreciate that coming from us. What do we see? Another thing that is really important is, when people sign up. Early this year in January, one of the major European marathon calls us and says, "What is going on, guys? I mean, we're really down. Like, we're craving for participants. Like, our numbers are not good." And it was in January. The race was in April, and by April, this event, did their best year ever. Everything was fine. People showed up in the end. The only thing is, people register slightly later than before. That's the only thing, So if you look at 5Ks and 10Ks, you will see that people tend to register very late. So do not panic. People will show up. That's fine. We're good, It's just, I know when you organize an event, it's stressful. but it's all good. It's just, it's a new behavior. People show up much later. It's also easier to register for events, there is less constraints. France is giving up on, medical certificates, for example. So there's a lot of improvements that make people think that they can register much later. If you look at half marathon and marathon, it's the same. People tend to register slightly later than before, but it's still fairly early. And what that data say is that you have a lot of time to entertain these runners between the moment they sign up and when they come to race day. So that's another key takeaway here. You have plenty of time to entertain them between half marathon and marathon, okay? How did we get these data? We aggregated all these data through all the ASICS apps companies, that are sitting under this division. So it's Race Roster, Nuco, RunNet, and Register Now. It's fairly accurate because we aggregate over 12 million registrations over the last 12 months. So I think it's fairly representative of our, of our industry. So once again, it's all very, very good news for today, and I think we should be really happy about this as an industry. We have many, many positive years ahead of us. We have time to structure things. We can raise prices. Participants will show up. We're all good. Now, when I thought about this presentation, I also told myself, okay, what can I do for you guys to help, to help your events? What are the things that actually work in our space, globally, and I can share with you. So until recently, that's what we were going through, very static registration forms, an average of 26 fields, very impersonal. Believe it or not, but it drives a lot of anxiety. Remember that word, anxiety. Like when people register, they're in this weird phase, they can mix up their last name and first name, and it happens more often than you would think. Some people get confused and they tick, female instead of male and vice versa. So, they're in a special mood. It's funny to witness. But anyway, what we have to bear in mind that we've been very static, and it's a bit unfortunate, but it was also an heritage from the technologies that were probably old. But what we see today, and that's another good news, is that we're moving into more of a persona era. So your event, as you all know, is not made of one type of runner, but different types of runners. You can call them communities if you want. But the big deal is to identify these personas, right? And engage with them in a meaningful way. That is really, really fundamental. You've got 40,000 people showing up on a marathon. They're not the same. But you may be able, to capture them, put them into some kind of bucket and talk, in a meaningful way for them. And so that's what we've noticed recently. We see more forms, with more context, and that's really inspiring. We have many examples of event organizers rethinking the registration form to collect data based on the personas they've identified. So I'll give you an example. You have, let's say on a marathon, you may have first-timers, people who just, this is their first marathon. You may have elite athletes, obviously. You have beat my PB kind of guy. So you can, and that's actually what we see. We see events, tweaking their forms to collect, specific information regarding these people to either, attract them to specific merchandise or specific questions in the form, specific things that you can sometimes charge for, we'll see that later on, or at least better understand your participants, because that's the era in which we live, We have to better understand our customer. The so-called single customer view is very difficult to achieve or to get to, but it starts at least here in your registration process. And that's why today I wanted to sort of introduce a new word, instead of registration, it's really a mindset. I know it's very conceptual, but I think it's time that we think in terms of onboarding. So stop thinking in terms of, I need to get my data to do my race, I need to get the money in the bank account. It's okay, every single registration company on this planet can do that. You guys are fine, don't worry. Think it more in terms of onboarding. When people click on that registration button, they've already made the commitment to join. So do not panic. They'll go through whether it takes 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, whether they have to go through one page, two questions or 10 pages. I've seen events with 8 pages, to register for. People will go through, that's okay. But as long as you use those steps and those questions in your form, and that technology to onboard these people, to better understand who they are, collect information so you can engage in a meaningful way with them once they're registered, you're on the right path. So think in terms of onboarding. I know it's a bit conceptual. I promise you something more pragmatic today, but just bear this in mind. And for you to have visuals, this is the same event. For example, 2 complete different registration forms. Left side, I'm asking a bunch of questions. It's someone who wants to meet his PB, so I'm asking for his predicted time. I'm asking him if he wants a specific start wave. It's very basic stuff, But, at least you're talking the same language. You're talking the same language to that participant. On the right side, it's someone who's probably going to be doing his first marathon. So I'm going to sell him merchandise. I'm going to sell the medal engraving and all that stuff because he wants to have, fond memories of that first marathon ever. All of you that's done a marathon before, remember that first marathon. That's a big deal. And, usually you're more likely to spend than if it's your 10th or 20th marathon in your career. So again, it's all about onboarding and thinking in terms of personas so you can, properly structure your onboarding. So technology can help you achieve that, and that was one of the things I wanted to mention with you today. Now I'm going to jump into some very specific features that are really working in our space, that I've seen that have been driving additional revenue or, more services to participants. And the first one is training plans. I know you guys be like, Pierre, come on, it's been there for a while. But actually, it kind of disappeared for a few years. But we noticed over the last 2 years that there's more and more training programs, brought to participants. Why? Mostly because of AI, artificial intelligence. These training programs are making more sense, and to the runner, I mean. And so the uptake is much better, and it's much easier to sell than it used to be. There was a long time ago when you were buying a training plan, it was, then you were talking to a coach through emails, or you would receive a PDF. It was a bit disappointing from a runner experience point of view. So this is going up. This is something that, you guys should bear in mind. Training plans are, also lucrative. There's usually a kickback to event organizers. Sorry to, there's no secret here. I'll tell you everything. So there's a bit of revenue to make on that, and it's great additional, service and experience for your runners. The second one is a cute one. It's one of my favorites, actually. It's been going on with the first one that ever did this was the Luxembourg Marathon in 2014. It's so simple that you're like, why don't we all do this? It's the bib number purchase. So you just let the runner, if they want, buy the bib number they want. Say, I want my birth, I want my year of birth, and I'm okay to pay an extra €5 for this, or €8, or €10, whatever you think, is okay for you and your audience. But it's so easy to implement that I'm like, why not using it? And there's a lot of events actually doing this. And there's about 3-4% uptake. So, okay, it's not going to change your game, but these are marginal gains, that you make. And typically for Luxembourg Marathon, for example, these 3 or 4% uptake is covering the cost for this option, the check-in app. Well, for those of you who do not have that in place, well, it's really about time to do it. I don't want to sound aggressive or anything, but your participants are used to have QR codes and tickets in their phones. It's really important. It's got live statistics for you, so you know exactly what's going on in real time. And I have a great story about that. 2018, France, Saint-Élion. It's a night trail running event, 18,000 people. The race starts at 10 p.m., okay? It's 6 p.m., and we barely have 30% of the bib number that have been picked up. The event organizer comes to me and says, Pierre, what's going on? I mean, your app is not functioning or anything. I think it works. It's okay. If you look at the boxes, there is a lot of bib numbers. They must be somewhere. There must be something going on. What we didn't know is that there is a tube, there's a tube line that takes you to the expo in Lyon, and this tube line was closed. So most runners that would have taken the tube to get to the expo were stuck a few stations, away. So they were actually walking down, to the expo. And what happened is we had the biggest rush ever in bib number pickup for that event. But because we knew something was cooking, the event director and myself agreed to put more volunteers, and the only thing it took was a mobile phone. Any mobile phone would work. So we did that. We multiplied the number of people by 3, number of volunteers by 3. We gave them a 5-minute briefing. You scan someone. If it's green, you give them a bib number. If it's red, you send them to the travel desk. Easy. Anybody can do that. The race started well on time. We were able to digest all this. So checking out is not just fancy. It's not just a feel-good thing. It is for your runners, but it can change the game for your event. And that is something that we see, more and more. It's almost 3 races out of 4 that are now using it across our platforms. So that's another key takeaway for today. And last but not least on this one, it can help you improve your environmental footprint, because you can do real-time bib allocation. So, you can adjust and allocate bibs in real time. And if you do that, you stand a chance to print less bib numbers in the first place, therefore less waste. And you can improve your environmental footprint. So that's another thing to bear in mind. I don't want to make a big thing out of it, because I don't think bib numbers are the biggest environmental footprint in an event, but I'm just saying, it's a nice little extra thing to bear in mind. The other one is, thanks to the pandemic, at least, there are a few things positive about the pandemic, is digital challenges. There are many platforms out there that you can use, plenty of platforms. This one is Runkeeper, belongs to ASICS Apps. This is why I'm putting this up. This is the Sydney Marathon Group. Within 2 weeks, they had 1,500 people signed up for this, completely free. And that comes with your registration. And so what the event is doing with this is creating those digital challenges within Sydney, so it's very local. That's very important, obviously. And they entertain their community, or some of their, community, through this app. This is a great engagement tool. Most of the time it's free. It's just a bit of extra work for you. And it's, in this, era, we're in 2023, people are on their phones every day. So that's a good way to reach out to your participants. So digital challenges, is really picking up. This year, honestly, last year was kind of a drop. It was, post-COVID, people were a little bit tired of virtual racing, but now it's gone back up. So again, bear this in mind. Another one for today is flash registration. So this one is, how some of your audience is about 10%, they just want to register quickly. They just want to get, past that, paid, boom, gone. So this is something that works well. It's for time faster, than your registration, the usual registration process. It's not a NUCO-specific feature. A lot of registration companies have that as well, so that's why I'm putting it up there. We have more and more demands on that. It's completely optional, but if you think that, for example, if you have I would say a short distance race, a half marathon or less, this is something that you guys want to look into, because your audience may register late. So if they can do it quickly, even better, okay? So that's another one to keep in mind for today. Next one is custom single sign-on. This one is a little technical, I'm sorry. I'll explain, and for this I'll take a very simple example. It's a UTMB. So UTMB has created a world series of races, and what they've decided to do is that you can't sign up for any of the events unless you have a UTMB account. That's what we call single sign-on. It's the use of a user account to be able to register for the event. So what it does is allows you to create a great database of users. When you have that database of users, it's easier to have a single customer view, because you can relate all the registrations to one user. That user can be imported in your CRM. It's, it's easier to get to your single customer view if you do that. Okay, so what it also does is improve data quality. Surprisingly, when people register, for 2 different events, they may give 2 email addresses, or, change, answers from one event to the other, even though it's the same person. So when you have a user account, you can secure that by pre-filling the registration form, And again, so it improves your data quality. To me, that's a big deal, because sometimes I know that I've received emails, emails on my two email addresses from the same event. It's a bit unfortunate, you know. If they were able to know that I'm the same person using sometime a professional email address and sometime a personal one, you know, I'd feel a little better, and I would probably be more engaged. Well, and the key thing about single sign-on is really strategic. So this one is a bit complex, but UTMB is the perfect example, and that's why I picked them today. When you run one of the races, depending on the distance you do, you earn what they call running stones. Picture this as a loyalty program, pretty much. The more events you do, the more running stones you get. The longer the distances you do, the more running stones you get. And so what they do now is when you want to register for one of their races, they check how many running stones you have, and they let you register for that distance or not. So they create scarcity and, you know, and desire to get to a longer distance. You're like, oh, damn, I would have loved to do 100 miles, but I have to go through a 50K or 50-mile race first. So you drive more participation, you create more excitement to the longer distance, and you build up your revenue over years. So I know it's a bit technical, but properly implemented, custom single sign-on can achieve a great deal for you. If you have one event over the whole year, it may not apply to you. But if you have multiple events, this is something you want to have in your strategy, I think. And we see a lot of that. Like, I think this year we've implemented 6 or 7, you know, single sign-on just on UCO. So it's, you know, it's quite significant for a company like ours. And last but not least, prepaid places. So this one's a bit technical, but it's definitely my favorite. It's money guaranteed for you. You know, that's the first thing. And so what we're talking about here is, you know, all these companies that are registering people to your events. Right now, most of you are taking these registrations through invoices. You're doing it offline, you receive an Excel file, or you give them an online access, they have to fill up people. And the result of that is you get the money after the race or just before the race. You take all the stress, you take all the work, because you have to manage that. It's extra work for you for the same price, you know. So you're taking all the pressure. Well, things have changed. We've implemented these 3 years ago in the Netherlands. The first one to do that was the Eindhoven Marathon. So what we did was, okay, you're a company, you want to, you know, engage colleagues or employees on this event. Why don't you buy these registrations up front? Why not? You know, companies have credit cards, they have bank accounts, they can do bank transfers, you know, so you just tell them, you go online and you buy 20, 50, 100 places to my event. You'll get to choose after if you want to use them on the 10K, on the half marathon, on the marathon. We don't really care, but the thing is, here, you get the money first, you get them secured, and then you autonomize them. They can log in their backend, and they can, you know, enter people, cancel people, you know, like, okay, this guy is not coming, or he wants to move from the 10K to the half marathon. The point here is that it's zero support for you. You don't do anything. You let them do it. You empower them. And usually what we've seen is that they buy more places. They start with, let's say, 20 places, and they come back a few weeks before the event, and they buy some more. And the best of all, and it has to stay in this room, is the last point at the bottom, is the 8% no-show. So it's not the like physical no-show, you know, as in people are not retrieving their bibs. It's even better than that. We're talking about companies that have paid places for your events, but haven't even filled names against them. So you know that, you know, it's direct revenue for you, straight to your bottom line. Best thing ever, 8% of your places will never find a participant. It has to stay in this room again, but but this is fantastic news when you think about it. And there is one last thing that I wanted to mention with you today. I didn't put a slide, but it just came up yesterday during discussions last night. It's around cancellation insurance. There's been a lot of discussions around that. You should all be seriously looking into this for several reasons. Number one, it's going to simplify your events organization, because you can tell runners, you have a cancellation insurance, you get all your money back for whatever reason, you're fine, you're covered. You don't have to manage deferrals. You don't have to manage registration transfers anymore. You just say, you take that or you don't. And if you don't, you lose your money. Fine. It's just like the airline companies. If you don't insure your ticket, you know it's gone. And we're all okay with this. I mean, I'm sure none of you have complained, because they didn't take the insurance and couldn't get their money back. Well, that's the same thing for, it could be the same thing for races. So cancellation insurance is good for that. It helps you simplify your, rules of engagements with your participants. Cancellation insurance will give you significant kickback. Again, it has to stay in that room, but I'll give you an example. I can't state the name because there's a lot of money actually. But I'll give you a few hints. It's a race that opens up in January. It's an international race. They sell out in 30 minutes. They have about 8,000 people. And within 30 minutes, they sold cancellation insurance to 75% of their runners, generating €70,000 profit kickback from the insurance company, doing nothing. Okay? Just doing that, €70,000. Boom, done. And participants are happy because they have their money guaranteed, The event organizer is happy because if these people cancel, they can sell the ticket to someone else and they keep the money. And they made €70,000 in 30 minutes. On top, of course, of all of the registration money they took. Just saying, I can't state the name, but if you look at the calendar, you'll probably find out easily who that is. So anyway, these are the really cool things that I've seen in the last 12 months that I wanted to share with you to help you rebuild your trust in raising prices, rebuild your trust that people will show up, that we have many good years ahead of us, and that there are many features, as you can see, that can help you drive more money, engage your participants in a more meaningful way. And last but not least, the best thing of this presentation is now that we can go and have a coffee break. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I always feel like at the end of a Pierre presentation, it's like the end of a news bulletin where they close by saying, and you're up to date, and we are up to date. And we'll be back in here ready to start, please, at 11:35. So 30-minute break. Thank you. conference is if you start speaking, everybody sits down. So we're just a couple of minutes behind time, but it's time for our very first panel discussion. We have a very distinguished panel. Let's welcome them on stage. We start with a lady who is a lawyer by full-time working profession, but she looks after the elite athletes at the Rome Marathon, which is twinned with the Berlin Marathon. So her favourite memory of all time was being there when Tigges Tasefa broke the world record in Berlin last weekend. Please welcome Federica Romano. And alongside her, she's from Harvey Management, which has some very notable road runners on their roster. And her favourite memory, in a similar vein, is when their client Meb Keflezighi won the Boston Marathon in 2014. Please welcome Samantha Hansen. And finally, on the panel, he consults for Adidas, the Run Check Series, the Ankara Half Marathon and the Napoli Half Marathon. His favourite memory is when road racing came back in Prague, and the day after the race, his 3-year-old son ran barefoot with the Kenyans, managed to keep going for a mile without being caught by the Kenyans. So please welcome on stage Davor Sevilla. And finally, your moderator for this session is a very familiar figure to you. He's asked me to remind you that this is being live streamed, but you can also catch up with it after the event on the Mass Participation World YouTube channel. He's the founder of Mass Participation World, and when we had this event in China, my luggage was impounded at Shanghai Airport, which was unfortunate because the conference was in Lanzhou, so I borrowed his shirt and tie. So I owe him many pints here at the return of this event. Please welcome the one and only Chris Robb.
Thank you, Jeff. We've never had the opportunity for you to tell us why your luggage was impounded, but we'll leave that for over a few drinks later. Good morning, everyone. Hello, fellow panelists. Delighted to have the opportunity to be here with you today. And we're going to go on about a half-hour journey. And what we spoke about in our planning was that we're going to break that little journey, a bit of a sprint probably in marathon terms, into 3 phases. We're going to talk about what should happen before event day, what should happen on event weekend, and then I think the part that many people overlook both in the elite space and the mass space is what should happen after event day, after the race is gone. So why don't we start with you, Federica, and hear from you from a Rome perspective and your experience. What are the things as an elite athlete manager? So again, recognizing we've got 2 athlete agents, managers, and we've got someone who looks after the elite runners in the Rome Marathon. What are the things that need to be done before the athletes even arrive in Rome?
Well, of course, there are several activities that need to be done after the negotiations and when the athletes arrive in the city. Our goal is to make them feel at home as much as possible. Often, I collaborated with Berlin Marathon, which is, of course, one of the biggest in the world, but also with smaller marathons. For example, Rome is a medium-sized marathon, let's say, but also Abu Dhabi, Prague, Naples. And often, athletes, in my experience, they arrive in Rome without their managers or without their coach. So sometimes they look a little bit lost. So my staff and I try our best to make them feel at home as much as possible. So, for example, from next year, we have established some relationship with embassies in Rome in order to have a representative from Ethiopia and Kenya to speak Amharic and Swahili, so that we can be sure 100% that athletes, especially during the technical meeting, for example, understand the entire presentation. So we are sure that whatever happens, for example, in the race, say they drop, they know exactly what to do in order to come back to the finish line.
So that's, again, pre-preparation, a lot of work happening with that with the embassies to make sure it's in place. What about your interaction with the athletes and the athlete managers in the lead up to the event? What are some of the key things that are important to make sure that they arrive fully briefed and ready and
Well,
comfortable?
first of all, when they arrive, when they go and pick them up at the airport, just again to make them feel at home, they often face long journeys. So we make sure that they find in the cars drink, water, food. Sometimes they have to wait other flights. And when they arrive, of course, we arrange with the hotel management proper meal and food, but we also want to make sure that they have specific requests. If they have specific requests or they have intolerance, we want to be sure that the food is fine for them. Of course, they will not find a huge pizza with lots of cheese the day before the race. And also, and this is the last thing I would like to add, especially in Rome, for example, the location of the hotel is not always ideal for their workouts. Sometimes it's in the historical center of Rome or out, so we have a member of the staff who accompanies the athlete out for running whenever they ask, and escort them back to the hotel when they finish their running, again, because they may not know exactly where to go.
So some good planning around that and matching a guide that's able to keep pace with the runners and escort them around the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. Technical team, I'm just wondering, do we have a countdown clock, please, before I move on to the next question with, let's go to you, Samantha. So from a manager perspective, what are some of the things that you're looking for to get before you even get on the plane to arrive at the event?
Yeah, for sure. We always like to look for just information is key, I would say. So even if the athletes aren't necessarily reading the information that's being sent out, us as athlete representatives are checking to make sure everything is in line beforehand, making sure all logistics make sense, and just making sure that everything is smooth upon arrival. You know, these athletes want to feel taken care of from the moment they touch down to the moment they leave. So just making sure that everything is smooth and comfortable for them, the travel leading up to it. So making sure, especially for international races, and having additional nights hotel to adjust to different time zones or anything along those lines, you know, just making sure that they can perform the best and that you have a good event as well.
And can you maybe give, without naming names, some examples of, you know, people that do it really well, and maybe some challenges, and recognizing that we've got a real cross-section in the room. We haven't got the World Marathon majors here, and sometimes we watch that on TV and we look at those enormous teams, and, you know, we heard Tracy talking about the importance of having an elite athlete program manager who's responsible for it, but sometimes small teams trying to manage multiple hats. So, you know, who does it well? What are the good things? And what are some examples of, you know, where you've had a problem without wanting to make anyone wrong? I often find you can sometimes learn the best lessons as an industry from mistakes that have been made. So this is not a kind of a blame, but just, you know, a couple of examples of what's been amazing that you've experienced, the little extra mile, and maybe a challenge that you might have faced along the way that could have been avoided.
Yeah, I think maybe just because it's recent and I was just there, but I think Berlin Marathon did a great job. Just as you said, it's one of the majors, but they do a great job in making sure everyone is taken care of the whole entire way, and even on race day as well. I know we'll get to race day, but making sure that the athletes know when to arrive, when to go to the start line, where to be at every which point. And I think one of the most important things with that is having an in-depth technical meeting. So I think that they do a really good job there as well with, as Federico mentioned, you know, not always understanding the language, but I think that, you know, having the pictures and the images for, you know, to see where you're lining up. Are you lining up on the left side of the road or the right side of the road? Are you grabbing your bottles on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side? You know, just making sure everything is there in order for them to be successful. I do find, challenges when that information isn't always sent out beforehand, just because sometimes, like I said, not always, the athletes don't always read that information, but we do. And then we also have athletes that will ask us, you know, they're nervous going into it, as nervous as the masses. Everybody's nervous going into it, you know, so they're nervous and they're like, where am I supposed to be at this time? Where am I supposed to be here, you know? So they like just having to be, just being prepared ahead of time and knowing what they're going into.
So you talk about ahead of time. What's ahead of time in terms of the ideal window? You've got the athletes contacting you. Is it a week before? Is it 2 weeks before? Is it a month before?
Depends on the athlete, but I would say generally, you know, a week to 2 weeks before, probably a week, you know, going into race week, just feeling comfortable and making sure they're prepared. And that's usually, we don't usually get questions asked, you know, a month out or anything like that. But yeah, the week ahead, you know, just making sure, especially if they're traveling, you know, 4 days before the race. So maybe a week before travel even, but
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Davor, let's get your sense, please.
I mean, looking at the industry from several angles, the key is actually for the event organizers to understand what actually they want from the pro race. Everything else will flow from that decision. Because if you want 201 marathon, of course you're going to organize your water tables and pickups of pacemakers and so forth. I have a feeling that as an industry, we forget that we are dealing with really human beings. And if you are setting up a 10K with 300 euros prize money, athlete will race to the occasion of 300 euros prize money. If you are setting up a race in which there is no picture, social media guidance, and you're dealing with the young athletes and with the agents who are focused on your Berlin marathons and New York marathons and so forth, and not paying attention to that smaller event, that's exactly what you're going to get. Last-minute cancellation, missed flights, you're going to get actually what you are paying for. So in addition to money, which is obviously important, is actually setting the tone. In Runcheck and in some other races, in Würzburg, in Paderborn, we were successful with pretty much no money at the beginning because the tone was set properly. You are coming as an unknown Kenyan athlete, we're going to run 27:10, which is a world-class time, and this is how we're going to do it. Then, on a basis of that success, this will happen in your second race. That narrative is missing nowadays. I mean, luckily, we are in a new boom of road running, but in a process, we get a lot of new players, a lot of quick ideas, let's do this, let's do that, but we are forgetting that we really deal with the gentle, vulnerable human beings, especially when it comes to young athletes. It's easy to deal with Berlin Marathon and Eliud and people who've been on a circuit 15, 20 years. Problem is the new athlete in a new event. And that part of understanding why we do the elite field. Why does somebody spend 300,000 euros on the elite field? It's probably easy to understand for that organization. But for the young event, why do we spend 20,000, 40,000 euros? Somehow, I have a feeling we as an industry don't understand why we are even doing the field. And that translates to all other technical and practical decisions.
It's a wonderful point, isn't it? And I guess maybe that moves a little bit to one of the points that Tracy just made about how many look at elite in terms of the international elites. It's a focus on who's coming in from overseas. But what about that integration with your local elites, the opportunity? How does that work in your experience? And what are some of the things that maybe people here, you know, we've got some startup events here that are a few years old that might, you know, I know we were talking to Shoaib this morning, you know, from Pakistan, setting up a marathon coming soon, and he was talking about elites and, you know, that opportunity maybe to start local and build on. Some tips and advice there that you might have?
I mean, middle of the pack, front of the pack, and back of the pack, and disintegration of that relationship because of, it's a full room, so too many African athletes and all of that. But again, it's what we are asking of them. Yeah. Eliud transcends, Haile transcends. Bekele doesn't transcend, but attracts eyes because he's Bekele. The same can be done with a 204 or 205 marathon who is an unknown guy or a girl if massaged properly. So for example, if the event organizer will recruit an athlete and say, hey, please get me 3 pictures from Kenya, get me a short video, we're gonna do this. Then when athletes come, we're gonna pair them with the local runners on the press conference, do a photo op. That's how this starts. From these kind of little interactions, we got the Japanese athletes coming to our base in Iten in Kenya. From corporate clubs, most traditional corporate club that never had a Kenyan athlete up until 3-4 years ago. So we can break these barriers with Oguchi-san's help. He's in a room. We can break these barriers, it is possible. But again, we as an event need to decide what we want from that program.
Your objectives are.
Why I'm bringing somebody from Kenya, Burundi, Greece, or anywhere else in the world to run my event. What do I want from them? And then from there is easy.
Yeah, no, great point. Let's come back to you. Let's move on because time's ticking away. We're getting to race day. What are some of the key things? Maybe come back to you, Samantha, race day.
Yeah, for sure. I'll go back into the logistics side a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
I think on race day, the biggest thing, making sure they get to the start line, you know. So is there breakfast offered in the morning? Is there, how are they getting to the area where the start is? Is it close to the hotel? Are they taking a bus there? How long before the race do they have to be lined up, you know, on the starting line before they're ready to go? And then once they're on the course, making sure those bottles are out there if there are bottles offered. And again, with how I said before, you know, which side of the road are they lined up on? So at the finish too, are they finishing on runner's left, runner's right? And if all of that's covered, you know, pretty clearly in the technical meeting for not only the athletes to hear, but also for us to hear and for on the event side as well to just feel comfortable going in, you know, then it makes for race day a little smoother.
So let's talk about drinks. You mentioned drinks there. Challenging logistically, scary in some instances for the athletes in terms of chain of command, worrying that they're putting a bottle in. Tell us a little bit about your experiences. What's good to make the athlete feel comfortable? A, that their drink is not going to be tampered with, and B, that it's going to be in the right place. Maybe some good examples,
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to trust and just believing that the race has the best interest in the athletes. So, you know, the day before, putting them all in which section they'll go to, you know, having maybe boxes lined up for this bottle's going to 5K, this bottle's going to 10K, this bottle's going to 15K, rather than just, you know, throwing all the athletes' bottles in one bag and saying, good luck with it, you know, sending them off. So I think just having that aspect, and then it will make the athlete's mind a little just less stressed as well going into the race, you know, feeling a little bit more ease.
Mm-hmm. Federica, we spoke last night about the importance of dropouts. Talk to us about, you know, sometimes it's all about the start line, it's all about what's happening at the finish, but that athlete that's having a bad day, communicating that with them and having a system in place to make sure that they're taken care of?
Exactly. What we do, we put a sticker just behind the bib with a mobile number of some of the staff, so that in case pacers, we know where they drop. So we have people of the staff waiting for them and pick them up and driving them back to the finish line. But if they drop, then they have a mobile number on the back of their bib. They ask somebody to make a phone call. They call us, and they try to locate and pick them up. I wanted to add one thing in my experience. One of the most difficult aspects that I have to face sometimes is to combine the requests of sponsors with the need of athletes. For example, and this is what happened last year in Rome. Sponsors wanted elite athletes to be presented on stage at the expo in the afternoon, the Saturday before the race, like 5 p.m., which is the time when they need to rest and maybe they're about to go to have dinner. So I think that sometimes it's not so easy, you know. You want the sponsor to be happy, but you also have to be sure that athletes have their best time they can have the day before.
So how did you get around that one? How did you solve that?
Negotiating, and then at the end, we found an agreement regarding the name of the athletes who have to be presented on stage, and we tried to find the most suitable time for that, not that late. But that's something that I happen to discuss, to speak with managers and coaches, because of course we want at least to go to the race as much, relaxed and rest as possible.
Thank you. Davor, let's come back to you. Race day still, some of the key things for your athletes.
I mean, risk is that we ask of athletes what is not possible, and then we set ourselves as a race organizer, as a shoe company, as an agent for a failure. We all are greedy, but the nature of the sport is, God bless us, but at the same time, if the course is not allowing for a certain running, or weather conditions don't allow for it, then whatever we promise to ourselves or to our partners needs to be recalibrated on a race day. And that's where we fail also, asking of people to do what is not possible. And then people fail, and then we are disappointed with our own investment. So there must be some maturity in a system that say, okay, we wanted a 2:8 race, we build it with a 2:9 guys, and weather is for 2:12 running. We are not gonna go on 2:6. If you're gonna go 2:6, we're gonna run 2:14. And that disconnect is still there in the industry, especially with the young events, a lot of pressure from partners, local municipality, media, trying to create that instant success. But if it is not day for that, it is not the day for that. And that honesty needs to be there. And we as agents need to be firm and say no, because of ABC. Here and there on the race day, that is still missing. Bottles in marathoning, super important. If you're building a field of 2:9 guys to run 2:7 and you have 15 bottles on a table, ain't gonna happen. It is a mistake. So this is where we need to look. Are we gonna accept every agent bringing the athlete and paying the ticket? Because that's a free runner for us. But then we're gonna sacrifice the services if we can't have 5 tables instead of 2 tables. It's a small technical things that actually in marathon compound so much. Half marathon forgiving, 10K forgiving, but marathoning is not a forgiving sport. If it was 30K, it would be easy. We would run 6 of those a year and have a proper stars, and it will be fantastic. But something happens from 35 to 42, and all these tables and all these ugali day before the race, all of this is just for this extra 7, 8K, and whoever made marathon difficult. So on the race day, respecting the weather, respecting the course, respecting the field, being honest to ourselves, who made it to the race? That's a part that we still have to improve, I think.
Let's follow that thread a little bit. So that recalibration. So you wake up, or you know the day before it's going to be more hot than expected, or it's going to rain. What's the process of that? Have you got an example of where it's been done well? Of who gets in the tent, so to speak, to say we need to recalibrate that? Is it the race director that calls a meeting and brings the athlete managers in? Give some advice to people here if they experience that.
In ideal world, that's a race director / pro athlete coordinator and a group of agents or a group of proactive athletes sitting together and saying, okay, we planned this, because of the wind, we need to readjust. This year in Prague, we had like a 30-kilometer wind in the first 6K against them. So we made a decision to go 15 seconds slower on the clock, knowing that athletes will put actually a bit bigger effort to achieve that time, because we knew when we turn around, we're going to compensate. But being brave in a marathon, that you promise somebody it's going to be a 2:4 race and you're going out on 2:6, that's actually where is the difficulty in this. Rotterdam a few years ago adjusted the pacing very well. Valencia a few years ago when it was very windy as well. So yeah, there are races that are actually thinking on their feet and making these decisions as we go along through that Thursday, Friday, Saturday before the Sunday race thing. And then race in Boston, and then things happen.
We've got about 5 minutes left. I want to try and have some time to talk about what happens once we cross the finish line and beyond. Do we have any questions from the audience at this stage? No, okay, let's move past the finish line. So the race is finished. Often it's kind of like, okay, you've seen it on TV and focus goes elsewhere. What are some of the key things that's important for you to make sure that that experience for the athlete, the one that's got prize money and even the ones that have had a bad day, what's the key to making sure that they leave your race with a great feeling and they become ambassadors for your event?
Well, first of all, just like Samantha said, it's very important that the organization provides for the athletes to go back to the hotel in due time, but also, especially if the doping control is not provided in the hotel, but is provided, like in Rome happens, where the finish line is, then it's really important that somebody of the staff, again stays with the athletes until they finish the doping control, and then they go back with a special car back to the hotel. So I think that it's important that athletes are never left alone.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add one fun story that I recalled when you were speaking. This year, one athlete, he was African, he dropped like K20, more or less, and he called us, thanks to the mobile number on the bib, 2 hours after the finish line. So we were very worried because we didn't know how to find him. He asked priest if he could make a call. He called me, and I said, "Where are you?" And he said, "Oh, I am in St. Peter's Square. I saw the Pope." He was super happy. We were so worried because there was the mass at 12 o'clock at St. Peter's Square, exactly where the course goes. So he came back to the hotel with the priest who drove him, and he was so smiling and happy because he had seen the Pope.
Davo, let's talk about that area immediately past the finish line. What do the athletes need at that stage? What's important to them, apart from ultimately getting back to the hotel? What do they need when they've crossed the line?
I mean, fundamentally, that's how I judge races. Before and during it's easy, after it's hard, when adrenaline drops and when the staff is exhausted. Races that see that process properly, moving people quickly back to hotel, especially marathons. Somebody ran 42K, not selected for anti-doping, send them back as soon as possible, get them a warm meal, get them some meat, get them opportunity to recover, because that's actually that human part that is super important. Because we can't be preaching peace, love, and happiness, and let's do social media, and then after the race, boing, you are gone, you don't exist. So that part, super important on a spiritual level, that we take care of people. And then if you make that decision as an organizer, it's very quickly to figure out what you need to do. Move people, feed people, let them shower, and then don't check them out the day of the race. I mean, running a marathon, check out at 12, flying in 6 in the afternoon to save some money, and races are doing that because financial crunch is real, but there is a negative side to it. I had people in hospitals after marathons, all these sorts of shenanigans, and they're flying that day. It doesn't work. So just kind of deciding, are we going to be true to ourselves as an organizer to see them through? Yes. And then all technical decisions are made easily after that.
Yeah.
And I would like to add only that the last member of the staff should leave the hotel only when the very last athlete left the hotel. So if he's leaving on Monday or even Tuesday, then somebody has to be there to be sure that he's on the taxi or on the car and goes to the airport safe.
Great point. Samantha, we got about a minute and a half to go. So everyone's on the plane, successful, and then the event switches off, and 2 months later you're chasing prize money and doping results and whatever. Talk to us about what happens beyond that plane flight home and what's important to the athletes and the manager.
Yeah, so beyond that, I think most races do a good job of, reaching out and just mentioning, obviously you have to wait for the doping results to come through before prize money is being sent. But also we just kind of like to send, a thank you to the event as managers as well, just to, let them know that we appreciated everything that went on during the weekend or full week for some of these races, So as long as they are, I think just, communication is key, So just being in touch with us, and it goes both ways, The managers can be in touch as well, and just communicating how long it may take down the road.
Wonderful. We got 20 seconds left, so I'm going to do a quick wrap. So a couple of the key points that I've picked up. Thank you for all the great input. Being clear on your strategy up front. What do you want to achieve from the elite race? Why are you putting it on? Challenging some of the conflicts with sponsors and other partners. How do you manage that? So it's all about collaboration. Communication, all the way through the process, in the lead up, on event, and past the event. The importance of recalibration. If things haven't quite got wrong, getting in the tent together and working out what it is that you're going to do. All important, lots of logistical issues, getting them right, but drinks very high on the list, and then think beyond that finish line. It's not over when they get past the finish line, and it's not even over when they get on the plane. Thank you so much, the three of you, Frederica, Samantha, and Davor, and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists and to Chris for moderating that one. We've got one presentation left before lunch. It's going to take the format of a fairly short presentation and then some questions from me to our two presenters. I was reminded of what a uniquely different and special market the Japanese road running market is at the London World Championships in 2017, where I had a hand in organising the marathon and walks events. And we had a request from 4 Japanese TV crews to arrive in London 3 weeks before the start of the championships to begin the build-up to their participation in them. 4 film crews, 3 weeks before the championships even begun. We've got 2 presenters. One of them is in charge of the Konica Minolta pro running team, and he has a special road running memory of the World Championships in 2010. They were in China, for those of you that remember them. And that's because he finished 11th in 61.49. I think that's worth a round of applause, don't you? 61.49. Back in those pre-Super Shoes days. And the other is the elite road race coordinator at the Beppo Oita Mainichi Marathon. And he's perhaps playing to the gallery a little bit, remembering as his best ever running memory, his first ever marathon, which was in a little place called Riga in 2013. Please welcome on stage Tsuyoshi Ugachi and Takahiro Nishida.
Hello, everybody. And we are not sure if we are the most qualified people to talk about the Japanese running scene, but we will do our best. Actually, we are here at the end of a strange turn of events. We basically agreed to come up on stage in exchange for our accreditation to watch the championships. And this is going to be not exactly a presentation, but just a quick introduction. Then after that, we're going to be answering your questions. And Tsuyoshi is actually certainly more qualified because he's been representing Japan as one of Japan's top athletes. He specialized in 10,000 meters. And I worked with athletics in different capabilities, like working with international elite athletes visiting Japan at Tokyo Marathon, Fukuoka Marathon, and Chiba International Ekiden as a translator. And now I'm about to coordinate the elite field for Beppo Oita Marathon. Also, I accompanied Japanese elite athletes competing in different marathons like Prague or Riga and different places. And I learned something. It was our hearts are beating louder because we are not seasoned veterans like you. We are newcomers here. So, so it was difficult for us to focus, but I learned something from the morning session. We love Riga. So we're going to start. So, and it's kind of cool to look at the Japanese characters, or we call Chinese characters. So I put this on. Long distance. Well, the character for running is not there, but that's how we talk about distance running in Japan, chokyori. And he ran Riga marathon 10K last year. But this is what Tsuyoshi does normally. He's a coach at Konica Minolta running team. Actually, in reality, it's a distance running team, but its official name is Track and Field Club with no field athletes. And we were here. Actually, Igas is an old friend of mine. And Tsuyoshi now lives in the Netherlands and visits different places in Europe and also Africa. To learn more about globalizing his team. And one thing we have to say is It's very tricky to use the term pro in Japan because it's different from like pro teams like NN or like Nike sponsored. Well, NN is Nike sponsored too, but like American and European teams. In the sense, most Japanese distance running teams are corporate teams. That means runners are actually company employees before being runners. So they have pretty much like permanent employment. And his club is Konica Minolta, which turned 150 years this year. And probably some of you remember the company as a film and camera manufacturer. Now it's, they don't make cameras anymore. And it's digital manufacturing company. So Tsuyoshi is actually an employee at the Human Resources Department in Japan. And in the Netherlands, his title is Health Care Equipment Expert or something. And Ekiden makes Japanese running very special. This is very popular and this very important. I think probably most or all of you have heard about it, and we will get into this. We're going to answer questions later. And this is Konica Minolta team, and with banners of the names of their members at the time of the Ekiden. And New Year Ekiden actually happens, it takes place on New Year morning, and it's broadcasted on TV. And actually, raison d'etre, the reason for these corporate teams is to have exposure and publicity at this New Year's Ekiden more than anything else, although there are other, of course, reasons. And so the number of teams is like 37? Yes. 37 teams will compete on New Year's Day, but there are regional preliminaries, so there are like about 100 corporate teams in Japan. But actually the most prominent and by far the most popular Ekiden is called the Hakone Ekiden, and it's fought among university teams in the Kanto region, the region around Tokyo, in and around Tokyo. And it takes place the second and third day of January, and they are running from the center of Tokyo to the mountains of Hakone. It's the total distance of 200 kilometers with runners running 10 legs or 10 stages. So each runner covering about half marathon distance. And Konica Minolta, and so the Ekiden is the most important at many corporate teams. But at Konica Minolta, they are trying to develop athletes who can compete on the global stage at Olympics and the World Championships as well. And as for marathon is very popular, and major marathons are broadcasted in the whole length on TV. And marathons like Tokyo, Osaka are, of course, very big and popular. And we had legends like Toshihiko Seko, who was like at the top of the world around 1980. And also we had women marathon gold medalists, Naoko Takahashi in 2000, Sydney 2000, and Mizuki Noguchi 2004. And we still have lingering memories from those. So people's expectations are very, very high. And now I work for Beppu Oita Mainichi Marathon, and that's going to take place the 4th of February. It's much smaller in scale compared to Tokyo, Osaka, and so on. And we're going to be inviting just 3 international elite athletes. But if you're interested, and at the level of breaking the course record of 2:06:43, I believe. So if you're interested, let us know. I ran Riga last year too, but I ran my very first marathon like 10 years ago. So that was the introduction. I didn't think it's going to take that long, but now we are going to get into the main topic.
Well, if you continue to stand there, and I'll perhaps move to this side. No, guys, if you use the lectern mics here. And the first question is, what's in it for the companies for this sponsorship of corporate teams? And do they ever cut back during times of recession or weak trading? What do the companies get out of it?
Actually, we will try to have Tsuyoshi, who actually lived through this Japanese elite running culture from his school days to corporate days. So he's going to first give some answer, and I will try to add something. 不況の時とかっていうどうやなぜ企業がスポンサーをし続けるのか、チームを持ち続けるのか。Okay, thank you, Takahiro. I think some owners and executives with a corporate with athlete employees believe that their behavior is good effect for other employees. Yeah. Because these runners have patience, endurance, and they keep on overcoming challenges in their training and races, and some owners and presidents or executives of the company believe that that's going to have a positive impact on all other employees. And of course, the exposure and publicity through Ekiden from TV broadcasting is also expected.
And how does it work with foreigners running for Japanese corporate teams? Because that goes back a long way. We remember in 1987, the world champion, Douglas Wakihuri of Kenya, ran for a Japanese corporate team and continued to run for a Japanese corporate team throughout his career. How does that work?
Let me first say one thing, and then I will turn it to Tsuyoshi. So Wakiburi, he actually aspired to Seiko, so he came to Japan to join his team. So at that time, it was not very common for Kenyan athletes to be international races, so that kind of triggered it. Then his team had an Olympic medalist from Kenya as well. Yep. His name is Eric Wainaina. He has 3 medals, 2 Olympics and 1 World Championships on the marathon. Yeah. So actually, Japanese corporate culture helped Kenya race onto the international stage, a little bit at least, in early days.
And let's talk a little bit about Ekiden, because lots of race organisers in the room will have relays that they put on, and there'll be a sort of sideshow to the main event. But those Ekidens that you were describing, the student long distance one and the Christmas teams one, they get millions and millions and millions of people watching on television. Mm-hmm. How can that be replicated elsewhere?
Many Japanese people loved Ekiden so many years ago. I think they're based on culture of Japanese. I'm not sure. So I think that part of the factors is that it makes distance running a team sport, and so running not just for oneself, but everybody running for, running all for one for all kind of, spirit. And also it's very dramatic because university students around 20 years old covering 20 kilo under very, very high pressure. So there are sometimes accidents, and also their coaches following in cars, talking to the athletes and so on. And then it's it's also it's not only broadcasted on TV in the whole length with very meticulous data and very nice scenery between Tokyo and Hakone. Everybody's familiar. And they also, these TV companies or media in general, they visit these university teams all through the year. So they they cover like background stories. They make documentaries. So there is a very human aspect to that.
And it essentially then comes back to the point that Tracy was making, that if you tell people someone's a star, they become a star. So if the media build up the race and the participants, that becomes the story and the anticipation.
Yeah, so also like part of it is these college students are not running for money. That's also part of the appeal. They're running because of their passion and like a young pursuit and so on. So that can be an appealing part. And but certainly it's kind of the image and popularity is built up through like a media representation.
Why do you think it is that Japanese runners are relatively unrepresented at the elite level? So we've spoken before about how many Kenyans, thousands of Kenyans are appearing in road races of all levels around the world on any given weekend. Less Japanese. Why do you think that is, even though the standards are high?
I think in Japan, so many marathon and half marathon races, and that set for the get good result for the Japanese athletes. So they need to competing overseas. Yeah, this is only my opinion.
So there like a necessity to compete abroad is limited because there are so many races in Japan which are considered important. But in order to start competing again at the highest level, probably they need to go out and start competing with international athletes, not just among Japanese.
And what do you two think the future is over the next 10 or 15 years for Japanese road running and road racers? You've got a World Marathon Major in Tokyo. You're hosting the World Championships in 2025, back after a closed-doors Olympics. What do you think the scene will look like for Japan over the next 5-10 years? This is harder than a 61-minute half marathon, isn't it?
It's actually a tough question.
Yeah.
But actually, we have plenty of good runners, and we have a very deep field between like I think the national record is 2:04:56 or around there, and then we have like 100 runners, 2:08 up down to 2:08 level, and so that's a very, very deep field. But we don't have the people at the very, very top. So we're most of the time going behind. We are chasing Africans. How to catch up is a very difficult task, and people have different opinions. Yeah, and well, actually, so corporate running culture gives stability to these runners. They don't have to worry about living expenses and so on because they get monthly salaries and so on. But also there are certain restrictions. For example, European runners who at the top, they spend like 10 months, 1 year at high altitude. And in the States and in Japan also, there are a lot of high altitude training sites, but they get covered in snow during winter. But it's a different story in Africa. So that's some kind of room they can explore, but it also requires a lot of sacrifice or investment. So that's just an idea. Yeah.
I just want to ask one last question from me that I didn't script in advance, and it's that I don't think there has ever been a Japanese positive test for drugs in track and field, road running, or anything in the history of the sport. It's almost unique in that, and it's a matter of national honor, isn't it, that it's played fairly?
Yeah, I think in Japan, it's like ingrained in the Japanese culture. It's such a shame to cheat, and so people are quite conscientious about playing fair. Yeah.
Good. Keep it going. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've just about run out of time. It is lunchtime, but let's hear it first of all for Tsuyoshi and Takahiro. Lunch is now served. Thanks very much for your concentration and attention this morning. Please be back in here ready to start at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, including those of you watching on the live stream, wherever it may be. It might not have been your lunch. We're going now with 3 updates from key personnel at World Athletics, insofar as they affect you at every level in road racing. Just one reminder in case you missed it this morning, and that is that if you are doing the mass races tomorrow, taking part in the citizen events, your race pickup is just outside here on the left-hand side of the door as you come in. So numbers for anybody within this gathering who've entered those races tomorrow, you can collect them there now. So let's get into these World Athletics updates, and this is a key one. The work of the Athletics Integrity Unit is absolutely vital. We had a strong warning shot from the speaker when we met last time in Lanzhou that road running was right on the brink of being credible in terms of the number of tests and the types of athletes that were taking part in road racing. He has a personal favourite road running experience of Helena Beery winning this year's Boston Marathon and making the transition from track and cross country into successful marathon running, because it's an athlete with whom he's worked for many years. Let's welcome on stage the head of the Athletics Integrity Unit, Brett Clothier.
Hello everyone, wonderful to be here, and thanks for having me. Thank you to Alessio and Benjamin for organising all of this as well. I'm here to give you an update on the Road Races Integrity Program. The update concerns mainly two aspects. First of all, next week we're going to release our annual report on the 22 program. The timing of that is a bit delayed to fall in after the World Athletics annual report, but as I'm going through, I'll update you on the 23 figures and progress as well. So it's a reasonably quick update, so I'll get straight into it. So the first and most important one that everyone cares about is the money. And when I was last at the, not last, but way back in China at the running conference there, we explained the need for a road running integrity program. And the initial plan was to have a fund of $3 million to fund out of competition testing on a pool of 300 professional road runners. Normally the Athletics Integrity Unit, in all of our other events in our sport, we have an out-of-competition testing pool of just the top 10 men and the top 10 women for the 100 metres, the 200 metres, the 400. But in road running, because there's a lot of professional races, a big pool of professional athletes, we need that to be 150 men and 150 women. That was the whole idea about this program and why it needed to be funded by the industry. Our plans got disrupted by the pandemic, just to give you take you back in time. So our funding in 2020, 2021 and 2022 was restricted to what you see on the screen there, about 1.4, okay? In 2023, this year, we're back up to about 3 million. So that's the state of play. I've got the report there on our expenditures in 2022 on our 1.4 million. The pie chart there, is that a pie chart? A donut chart? Or some other dessert. The donut chart gives the idea of where the totality of the money's going when you separate out the staff costs as well. So the majority is specifically on testing, but then we have other functions: case management, education, investigations that the money's spent on also. The first key area that I want to take you through about our activities in 2022 and what that funding paid for is education. We've made a huge and concerted effort to really ramp up our education. That's continuing into 23 also. As you all know, more than 80% of the professional road runners are from East Africa. And the anti-doping education for these athletes is not the best in the world. So we really have to pick up the slack in this area to make sure that our professional road runners have proper education, proper access to the information they need to comply with the rules in our sport. So all of our education activities, what you see on the screen is a summary of the online part. After the pandemic, we could really focus on delivering online education, which allowed us to have face-to-face and directly interact with all of our pro athletes. The education is delivered in not just English, but Swahili and Amharic as well. And as you can see up there, the facts and the figures, we have normal education information sessions, but also importantly we do onboarding for new entrants to the road running pool. And we also combine that with educating of the athlete support personnel, the coaches, the medical staff, etc. as well. So this is a big undertaking, an important undertaking that we undertake every year, and this is really ramped up even further into 2023 as well. The online sessions are complemented by other things as well. So in-person, locally delivered training is very, very important. Not only do we conduct education per se, but also training. So basics of how to enter whereabouts. Athletes are taken through the technology and educated face-to-face about how to do that. And also, it sounds kind of simple, but we really need to do training and education to make sure the athletes are able to properly access Zoom, Telegram, and all the other things that we deliver education to. So that happens in person. What we also deliver is education on demand through WhatsApp in Kenya and Telegram in Ethiopia. Hundreds of athletes are part of our groups on this that pushes out education materials to them, but also takes questions and responds to their queries, etc. So this is, not only is this a great practice in making sure athletes have access to education when they need it, but it also starts to build the community, the approachability and accessibility of our team at the AIU directly to the athletes as well. The feedback, I'm not sure if you can read this, but trust me, it's good feedback. This is feedback from the athletes. A constant part of what we do in education is speaking to the athletes to figure out how we can improve what we deliver and whether it works for them and what messages and what information that they need. So the education programs have been very, very well received. They're also been effective, and I'll come back to some of our data on our cases. But this year, as I said, we went from a $1.4 million program in 22 to a $3 million program in 2023. And we've been very, very pleased about, while we've gone to increase the number of athletes that have been tested and the amount of tests that have been performed, we haven't had an increase as much as anywhere near you might expect in whereabouts failures or whereabouts cases or in anti-doping cases in 23. So this education efforts are really starting to get through, we believe. So to testing is the next part we'll address. So in 2022, we have these figures. Because we were under a reduced program, rather than having 300 athletes in the testing pool, as I said, for 2020, 21 and 22, we had 91 athletes in the registered testing pool, plus another 116 athletes in what we call the monitoring pool. So those athletes were subject to testing for profile purposes, testing pre-competition at when the opportunities arose, but not the same level of intense testing as athletes in our main registered testing pool, of which we had 91. So to give you the comparison of in 2023, this year, the registered testing pool is 150 men and 150 women, so 300, okay? So some of our testing statistics in 2022, at the basic level, 1,878 tests delivered, collected There's about, in that, there's probably, I'm just trying to think of the division between in competition and out of competition is about even, but we have also pre-competition tests also. So the out of competition and pre-competition tests are about 1,300 and the rest is out of competition, in competition, I'm sorry. Those tests happen in 68 different countries. Interesting there, you can see the mix of tests that happen throughout the year. And this is quite typical for our industry. The dark blue, because it's the spring and the autumn, the tests peak around there. But the dark blue, which is the out of competition tests, so they're the tests athletes have to give their whereabouts once per day, every day, and we test them at home or wherever they are. And this is continuing on in June and July just as strongly as it is, even more strongly in fact, than at the time of the peak time of competitions. So something to note there. So again, to update you on 2023, these figures, instead of 1,800, it'll be up over 3,000 tests that we do in 2023 with the extra funding that it's coming to the program this year. On the type of tests, we have, you see there the mix between urine and blood. And blood testing, we do a lot of athlete biological profile testing for these athletes. Okay, this is the hematological markers that are tested in blood, which build a profile for an athlete and tell us over time if there are unusual movements in those hematological markers. And that can give us an indication of whether an athlete could be doping with EPO or using blood transfusions, all those things that can create endurance benefits for the athletes. Running is a tough sport, and it's not only the only type of doping that happens. Athletes also use steroids, and and doping products with those properties to assist them in training and recovery. So the heart in the off season, the harder an athlete trains, the better they can build their endurance, the better they can recover, the more sessions they can do. So doping with steroids and similar substances is also a big problem in our sport, and all that's taken care of here in the mix of substances that we test for. So here, I don't expect you to read this in any detail at all. It's just to show you that in 2022 there were a lot of cases, and mainly from Kenya. You probably all kept up with the news in road running last year that it seemed almost week after week there were cases coming from Kenya. Many were in the road, and here's a big list of all of our cases in 22. I won't go through that in any particular detail, but it leads on to the next important discussion point about the road running program, which is about Kenya. So because thanks to the fact that we had a road running program that this industry funded in 2022 with $1.4 million, we were able to make a lot of cases in relation to Kenyan athletes in 2022. The good thing about this is, thanks to the work that we're doing under this program, we were able to uncover the true extent of doping in Kenya. What that led to is the Kenyan government getting involved and deciding to fund an anti-doping project in Kenya worth $25 million over 5 years. So to give you an idea, $5 million per year is added to their existing funding for anti-doping, which is only about 2.5. So this is a huge, huge increase. So if you think of the significance of this, if you're comparing on a like-for-like basis with GDP or per capita GDP, this is like, the UK government coming up with $500 million for anti-doping, basically. So it's a really serious amount of money that the Kenyan government has come up with to tackle doping in Kenya. The great thing for our industry is that this is really a direct return on investment for the funding for anti-doping that the industry itself has funded. The cases we were able to make, the cases we were able to bring, has uncovered the extent of the problem in Kenya and made it very clear, and the Kenyan government and Kenyan authorities, to their great credit, have responded appropriately. So the great thing about this funding is that it is going to really benefit the future of our industry and road running, and protecting it and helping making it clean, because Kenyan athletes are such a significant part, about 40% of the professional running pool. And the great thing about what the government has done is not only have they come up with the money, but they've asked the AIU to join a steering committee to devise the strategy and the best way to spend the money. So they're really absolutely dead serious about solving this problem by involving us. It's not just throwing money at a problem, let's come up with the best solutions. So we're working very closely with Athletics Kenya, with the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, and with the Kenyan government itself to set the strategy about the best way to spend this $25 million. So the aim is to have at least 5,000 tests per year in athletics in Kenya, and a domestic registered testing pool of 300 athletes in Kenya. So to give you an idea, before this money came into play, the domestic registered testing pool in Kenya was 30 athletes. So now 300. To give you a further idea, that's added on top of, that's after you get to us dealing with the top 150 men and top 150 women at an international level. These are the athletes that come in the next tier in Kenya. This is a really important, just purely on the testing, a really important element to what's going on here, because the running pool of athletes in Kenya, there's so much talent, it's such a very deep professional running pool. So outside, underneath the pyramid, the top athletes in Kenya, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds who are the next ones to come into your races, okay? So in previous years, those athletes towards the middle or the bottom of the period have not been subject to any testing in many cases before they get to your races. But now, thanks to this program, our international road running program, where we have the top 300 covered, then in Kenya you have another 300 covered. The protection of our racing in our industry is going to be many times stronger than it's ever been in the past. This will have a lot of knock-on effects, because what we find in our testing at international level is that there are huge risks taken by even the athletes who are under our control, the top pros, because of the incredible depth of talent coming up to take their places in the races. So it's a very unique environment in Kenya, but this funding can really go a long way to solving the issue and creating a much more reasonable and fair environment for the athletes. On top of the athletes in the pool, there will be a lot of testing happening out in the field at training camps, at competitions and before competitions in Kenya. 5,000 tests per year in athletics in Kenya will be happening. And to give you the relative amount now, before now it's been under 1,000. So it's a huge increase. On top of the testing, this $5 million will also fund a lot bigger and teams in investigations and intelligence domestically working in Kenya. It will also fund a lot more domestic education efforts happening with Kenyan athletes. It will also fund improving the sports regulatory environment that currently happens in Kenya, making sure all the coaches, all training camps are properly registered and policed. So it's a really holistic approach to the doping issue in Kenya that we are embarking on. And so we're very, very confident that over the coming years this will make a real difference to the doping situation in Kenya. That's all I have in my presentation. The annual report for the 2022 road running program with all the details will be released next week. You'll all get it in your mailboxes and it'll be online as well. I'm really very happy to take any questions in the short amount of time that we have left.
Thank you very much, Brett. Excellent presentation and bonus points for being exactly on time. We're continuing now with updates from World Athletics, and it's around the theme of the elite athlete as a multiplier of value, and we're looking at the new regulations that will affect agents, athletes' representatives. The man making his way to the stage has got shoes on. That's not always the case. He's going for a run this evening in bare feet. That's what he does. He runs in bare feet every day on every surface. His favourite moment was his marathon personal best. Oh no, sorry, this is Gilondo Bourdin, the moment when Bourdin took the lead in the 1988 Seoul Olympic Marathon and passed Ahmed Saleh of Djibouti. That was his favourite moment in the sport. Please welcome on stage the head of global development at World Athletics. It's Laurent Bocquelet.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, Alessio, because I how much I love running, and in my job of head of global development at World Athletics, I unfortunately don't have enough running in my space. So I'm happy to. This is not my slide. So thank you. So the subject today is about the new regulation for athletes representative. We've decided at World Athletics to implement new rules as of January 24th. And the subject here is to explain how it will impact you as race organizer, but as well, because I know some of you are in the room, what is the process and what will be put in place as of next year. So I'm going to go over why we have created those new rules, the key changes and the new processes. So as you know, athletes representatives are key stakeholders in our sport. They are in between athletes, coaches, sponsor, media, race organizer. So they are really in the center of our sport, and we thought it was really important for us to improve education, to improve our regulations, and to also improve the professionalization of this discipline. You know, being an athlete representative is not an hobby thing. It's something that is very serious. And we've been evolving at World Athletics because I used to be an agent in year 2004, and I didn't have any license. Neither in France or at World Athletics. I just decided to become an agent, and I was an agent. So, but since then, World Athletics created some regulation. We had, but our latest update was 2012. So it was time to work on it. So since September 22, we've done a broad research and consultancy with member federation, with race organizers, athletes, coaches, to understand what were the issues and how we could address them and how we could improve what we've been doing. And so you have quite a lot of them that appear here, but if I can resume, first one was inconsistency. There were regulations all over the world. Some member federations were charging agents a lot of money, some nothing, some didn't have any rules. So we decided to bring everything centrally and do like FIFA has been doing. So FIFA is also implementing a central representation model, and we've been working with the people creating this, and that's what we will be doing. The other thing was transparency. We were really a lack of transparency, and we want to address that. And the last thing is also the impossibility to get the rules and also be sure we have a say into the disciplinary process. We had nothing in place, and that's what you're going to see we're going to put in place. So the new rules for the agents, the key changes is that first, everyone needs to apply to be vetted. So we're going to have a vetting process. We're going to assess all the criminal and any history every athlete's representative had in the past, and the new ones wanted to pass the exam. They will, of course, pay the license fee, and they will have the new rules. Everyone, as of now, will need to be an athlete representative, including family members, lawyers. I know in some regions, lawyers can be athlete representative. Under the rules with World Athletics, they will have to pass the exam. Athletes can represent themselves. That's something that we've been discussing, but they will have to go through an educational process, but they can decide to represent themselves on their own, and that might impact some of you. And then the changes are also, and you will see in the next slide, the scoped ranked athletes, and it will affect directly your competitions. We've gone through in the track, we've gone from top 30 athletes in the world to top 100. And on the running races you see here, we are now talking the top 200 runners in the world that need to have an athlete representative in order to enter the race or declare representing themselves. So the new rules, it might be strange for some of you, but all athletes will need to have a representation agreement. And believe me or not, but a lot of athletes worldwide don't have any contract with their athletes representative. So now they will have to present that in order to obey to the rules. And then we will follow up on exactly what are the contracts, how are they made in order to protect the athletes. We are, of course, offering templates and all of that for the ARs. And a code of conduct, nothing really new, but we needed to put it in place. And I was talking about transparency, and I think it's really important, and I'm sure, and because I also from my experience, I know that some of you as race organizers, sometimes the elite field is done by an athlete's rep, and we have that in athletics quite a lot. A lot of big Diamond League meeting, the elite field is done by an athlete rep, so it's an issue there. It's an issue that we could have said, no way, you cannot do it, but unfortunately, we are not, the sport is not structured enough to just suddenly decide that. So we decided to continue to allow athlete representatives to do either elite field for a road race or elite field for a track meet, but they will have to declare it. They'll be scrutinized on the way they invite athletes. Do they favorite some of their athletes or not? So this will be we're creating a brand new platform where you will be able to access. There you will have all the agents. You will have, they will have to say their conflict of interest, because some as well, and I know one in the room here, Davor, that's also already been through the process, having this kind of conflict of interest, but it's not an issue if there is no misconduct. So, and I think Davor is the perfect proof of that, doing the elite field for a race, working for the shoe company, but still, I think making a great job and doing a wonderful work. So the timeline for the existing athletes representative, when I say existing, is the AR that have gone through our process, so that are registered, and we've published a list on our website recently. So since September 23, they can apply to become an agent. So we have a special platform where they can apply. Then they are going through what I said, the vetting process. So the people at World Athletics are, making a scan of their career, of what they've done, and if we agree, then they can, if they're eligible, then there is a payment of the annual license. We'll give them the license, and then they don't have to pass the exam. So we have grandfathered them the opportunity to become an agent with us. And then for the new athlete representative, same process, vetting, the submission of the application. And then as of next week, on our e-learning website, there will be content for the education, and the exam will be beginning mid-December 23. The license fee, see 3 elements. One is the application, so the one that you pay to be vetted, and it's the pure cost of the vetting, $150, but it's $150. And then the annual license fee will be $1,000 per athlete rep. And the third fee will be the fee for accreditation for World Athletics Series events. So this will only give you the right to represent athletes, but if you want to attend, like it was in the past, our World Championships and have VIP access, warm-up access, family hotel rate rooms, it will be another fee to pay. We're still working on the correct price, and we'll give it before the end of the year. So one thing we didn't have, it's to resolve disputes. So now we will, as of next week, we'll have names for our panel that will be approved by council. So there will be a panel that will treat, first of all, they will approve some application for the AR, because we are currently vetting some of, we have, I think 150 agents have applied up to now. We have some cases that we need to look at, so the panel will look at that to see if we giving them the license. And then during the course of the year, there might be disputes between athletes and agents, disputes between shoe companies, and until now we are not able to do anything. But thanks to this panel, we'll be able to resolve and take disciplinary sanctions as of 2024. But for me, the most important, and I will end with that, it's the education and guidance of the AR. I think it's, as I said, it's a true profession. It's not a hobby. And so we need to have professional people doing that. That's I don't know the name, but anyway, so we will conduct, so this will be for the new AR what they will have to learn, and then for the existing AR there will be continuous professional development all through the year, like 4 or 5 webinars or e-learning courses that they will have to take, and they will cover all those different aspects. Thanks to my colleague from AIU, they've done a great job and put together a great educational material. So all my colleagues within World Athletics are helping me to put that into place, and that will be available as of next week on our e-learning platform. And for the test, it will not be a face-to-face test. It will be a remote exam, and that will be. Then we have a bigger reach. no need to travel anywhere. There will be we're using a platform that's called Testway that is very secure, and then we can be sure that there is no cheating. And this exam will take place, as I said, probably mid-December 2023. Thank you. If you have any questions? Sorry, I didn't.
You said something about a fee for family members, accountants, and personnel.
Not a fee. No. They have to go through our process. So family members, lawyers, they have to go through the application phase and then pay the license. It's not because you're a lawyer that you can represent athletes under World Athletics rules.
How deep in your business do you want to go with for the vetting and for the license then?
How
far do you, if somebody's helping out on the financial side, do you also want them to be vetted and?
No, if it's just the financial side. No, I'm sorry, I didn't. No, if you want to enter athletes into a track meet or a road race, you have to be an agent. If you advise them on the financial side or just sponsoring, it's another issue.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent. And I shan't tell ASICS that you're running bare feet every day. Our next presentation, along the same theme, is around runners' safety. And to give this presentation, a man who had his finest memory back in 1900 and oatcake, running his personal best for the marathon in Prague of 2 hours 55. Please welcome the Director of World Athletics Health and Science Department, Stéphane Bermond.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for still being there after this long period of time. I'm going to tell you a bit about what we do at the Health and Science Department and the World Academy for Endurance Medicine, which is probably relevant to the ecosystem of endurance races and mass races. So this is a presentation I prepared with our whole team, who is, by the way, attending also this meeting. So if you need to contact us later on, please do this, also using this email address, which is now displayed. This is the outline of my presentation. So I just picked up some topics which are, I think, relevant to the discussion. And thank you again for the invitation. I will try to explain you what we have launched last year, which is the World Academy for Endurance Medicine. I will quickly also explain you the race emergency medicine courses, and I will end up with some kind of services we developed during the last years on something which is also a growing concern, is about air quality and environmental stresses to which our running population is exposed. So first of all, why to create an academy for endurance medicine? Well, you know, when I looked at the program of this day, I noted that we had 12 presentations. And among the 12 presentations, 7 of the presentations are focusing on elite athletes, which is fine. I like that. But let me bring the cursor a bit more in the direction of the mass races and the mass people. All those who will never become an elite athlete, but still making your business, our business, profitable. So I think we need also to include these people in the discussion. So this is the reason why we thought that we need to invest from the medical part, and also because this is my background, I'm a medical doctor, to return to the community what we got as a recreational runner. Just for you to understand, I don't want to give you a course on epidemiology or medicine, but if you focus only on elite athletes, whether they are running on stadium or on road races, and if your end product is basically how many people I will save, I think if you save one life in 10 years, you can do that, yeah, you've completed your mission. Now, if you focus on mass races with millions of people running every year all around the world, well, probably the result will be much better, because if you look, for instance, the incidence of sudden cardiac arrest, it's between 0.5 and 2 sudden cardiac arrests for 100,000 runners every year. If you look even worse than that, the incidence of exertional stroke, if you're exposed to extreme weather condition, I'm sorry to say this is not the scoop, that's going to be worse and worse every year. So if you're exposed to high level of humidity and high temperature, let's say 80% humidity, 26 degrees Celsius air temperature, something you could easily find in Thailand, for instance, well, you may face one exertional heat stroke, which is a lethal condition, every 1,000 runner. So you don't have to be a good math specialist to understand that we should rather focus on what's happening here rather than the elite field. If for me, again, as a medical doctor, I want to make my contribution to this business significant. I have also to say that I'm quite lucky to have a CEO and a president who are basically following me on this, and they don't ask me really to focus on elite, which I'm very happy with. And so that's the reason why, with my team, we try to penetrate a bit more what's happening in the mass races. This is why we created the Endurance Medicine Academy, which is something that we initially thought when we signed many years ago with, probably those of you from the US heard about this, a body called International Institute for Race Medicine, which was doing exactly the same as what we do, improving runner health at the US level. So basically what we've done is that we did a kind of joint venture, let's call it like this, between our department and this IRM. And the result of this is the creation of the Academy. More recently, because we are dealing with endurance sports, and you know, our colleagues from cycling, our colleagues from triathlon are also facing the same type of concern, they recently expressed some interest in what we do in terms of education and prevention. So I'm happy to say you that today, UCI and World Triathlon has also joined our effort, and we are very happy about that, because then together we are stronger. So long story short, what are the mission of this academy? It's basically to put around the table all healthcare professionals involved in mass endurance races, whatever you do. If you're responsible for 10,000, 50,000 trail running, marathon, half marathon, you probably have something to do with us. I hope so. And I dare thinking that we are probably something to teach you, or at least to help you to achieve in the field of medical care and safety. So this is an academy, you can become a member, and I'm happy to explain this to this audience because I hope that will raise our membership numbers. If being a member of the academy, it's something that will allow you to get some educational resource like access to e-learning component, documents, webinar, articles, scientific article, leaflet, any kind of educational material you could share with your runners before or during you organize your event. It's also an opportunity to liaise with other healthcare professionals from all around the world who may have faced or will face the same kind of issue you're going to face. So this is also a networking activity. Subscription is very simple, that can be achieved through our website, and I will show you then later on. And it's for free for any World Athletic Label races. So if your medical doctor is already the one for a World Athletic Label, well, you can apply for free and you can get this material for free. So the subscription is free and it's very minor price for those who are not non-label races. So this is an example of what we are doing in terms of race emergency medicine course, and I will describe you this in a couple of minutes. Yesterday we held here the Riga race emergency medicine course, taking advantage of being here for the championship, and we had, I think, around 15 or 17 doctors from all around the world attending our courses. And next one will be in Chicago, and we are very happy to say that we're going to organize our first course in China, which was something we waited for a long time, before the end of this year. So this race emergency medicine courses, and let me skip to the second aspect of my talk, are basically something, and if you haven't carefully read what are the requirements for a race organizer to apply for a label, you should read it again, because normally this is mandatory that your race medical director, a healthcare professional ideally, is certified by us every 3 years, attending a race emergency medical course. So they will have to certify for the first time, and they will have to recertify every 3 years as long as you want to keep your label. They will also have to send us some aggregate medical report from their own races and make sure that they comply as much as possible with our competition medical guidelines, which are also public document easily found on our website. From a practical point of view, we organize 7 race emergency medicine courses per year, 6 to 7, it depends. We try to usually have 2 or 3 in the Americas. We're happy to say that next year we'll have our first one in South America, will be Rio de Janeiro, I think. We have 2 in Europe, 1 or 2 in Asia, and we try to do some of them, we try to do every other year 1 in Africa. I think in 2025 we have the first one in Lagos for the Lagos Marathon, so that we try to cover all kind of continents and make sure that all our medical colleagues can benefit from these courses. The course is built with an e-learning module, which you have with the doctors or the healthcare professional will have to comply before they take the practical session. And then we have 2 days on training on site, where then you have to complete the training and you also benefit from the experience of renowned major marathon races, so that you can see what is the medical setting for this race. We made it possible for the medical professional to get some continuous medical education credit for that, so that's important for some doctors to make sure that this is a part of their continuous medical education. As I said before, registration is free for race medical director from World Athletic Label races. The program is evolutive, so if we come back 3 years later, you will not find the same kind of exercise or topics treated than the 3 years before. And we cap the participation to 30 participants per courses to make sure this remains as interactive as possible. So this is a 3-step process for this race emergency medicine course. First, you have to take the e-learning course where you get all the theoretical knowledge about how do you deal with a sudden cardiac arrest, how do you deal with an exertional heat stroke, how do you plan your medical plan for your race, which is very important. Then there are practical courses lasting 1 day where you have this kind of exercise like the one you can see here, which is a tabletop exercise. This was done with the Boston Marathon people. This is a course we held in Boston. And even though there's all these people who are very experienced race medical directors, they were playing like kids with this kind of tabletop exercise where they were struggling to organize the finish line on Paris Marathon, for instance. So this is the kind of interesting exercise, very interactive, we give them to do, and that's also helps to build the networking and the relationship. Last but not least, the day of the competition, they can volunteer, and this is again Boston Marathon here. They can volunteer or just observe what's the medical setting, what's the medical plan and organization for a competition, and probably they will get some clues or tips or things they can bring back to their own marathon or race when they organize their own. That's our program for this year. So we have already completed 2 courses, let's say 2.5, because Riga is ongoing. One part was yesterday, the last part will be tomorrow. We went to Boston and Roma. Riga is ongoing, as I said. Next step will be, if I'm correct, Chicago. Then we'll go to Shanghai, and we end up with Bangsen, which regularly host, and thanks again to them, our courses. And we have big support from the all Southeast Asian people because they are very keen on improving and learning more about endurance medicine. We are also very proud to say that we have been approached by Paris 2024 to train their staff. I think you probably know that that's not going to be easy in next summer for the Olympic Games because the likelihood of facing a heat wave is quite significant. And it's not only about athletics, probably all the sports will be impacted. So the Paris 2024 colleagues from the medical side, they asked us if we could help them to train their old medical staff for dealing with exertional heat stroke, which again is a potentially lethal condition. So we already started to do that, and we'll do the next and last session with their medical venue manager in March 2024. Let me now move to the last part of my talk, which is about something completely different, but which may also have an impact on the health of your runners, whether they are elite or amateur runners. It's air quality. Like global warming, I think you don't have to be a genius to understand that the situation is getting worse and worse. And I think it's important to know where your runners are training, not only where they are competing, but also where they are training, because air pollution may have a negative impact on their health. And you know why? It's very simple, because when you're a runner, you hyperventilate, and the deposition of pollutant, whether they are gaseous or particulate matters, is much higher than when you remain a sedentary person. So there are population at risk. A probably better way to, unfortunately, I would say, to get everyone's attention is not talking about health, but talking about performance. When you speak about performance, then probably you have some ears that start to move a bit. And if you say that air pollution also impairs athletic performance, then probably you'll get some attention from higher level people and coaches and athlete representatives, for instance, or race organizers if they want to have a record broken in their own race, for instance. And last but not least, like one of my friends used to say, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. So you need data to be able to support your reasoning and also to engage with the local people and the community. If you want things to change, first you need to prove that there is a problem. Then maybe, only maybe I would say, you have a chance to have things changed in the future. So the service we provide to race organizers, stadium, but here where we focus more on what we do for outdoor races like trail running or marathon or half marathon is very simple. We use an intermediate level air quality device, which is associated with environmental sensors, so we can measure WBGT, which is a marker of thermal stress, as you all know. This operates on a solar panel, so it's completely autonomous, or on battery, and it analyzes a lot of pollutants. I will give you some details in a moment, and all the data are transmitted on the cloud, and then you can access this data later on. We have designed a mobile version, and you see my colleague, Fred. I think this was Barcelona Marathon, if I'm not mistaken, or Madrid, I don't remember. So we have this small device on the back of the bike, and you're following the pack, and then you can measure air pollution, which your runners are exposed to during the race. This is very important because you're going to tell me, well, you know, I've got an air quality device in my city, but that's at the airport, and the airport is 50 kilometers away. With this kind of system, you can have a real hyper-local measurement of air quality. And believe me, the results might be completely different, okay? So you really can measure what your athletes and runners are breathing during the marathon. This is the kind, I won't spend too much time on this, but with this kind of device, we can measure the main pollutants, gaseous like ozone, NO2, CO2, and CO. And volatile organic compound, this is more for indoor events, so I will not talk about this. And particulate matters, which are, you know, the product of combustion, for instance. In addition of that, and this is also very important, we can measure relative humidity, air temperature, WBGT, wind, and so on. So when we do this, at the end of the day, we're able to quantify the real athletic exposure to air pollution, as I said before, perform an hyper-local measurement, which will not get from your city unless they have installed air quality monitors in every street of the city, which is possible, but very unlikely. And we are also able to generate a dynamic air pollution heat map and report. And this is like what the report looks like, for instance. So this is, for instance, data from a recent competition we had. We were able to monitor the air quality index. So this is an integrated index of air quality during the 2 or 3 weeks or 4 weeks before the competition. So that was the time before the competition, and that was the air quality during the whole duration of the competition. So you can easily, a posteriori or even live, flag the period of the week or the day where it's probably a bit more dangerous to exercise on a regular way, an intense way. We can also look at, for instance, some gases, and we may have some weekly patterns. So this is, for example, what's happening for ozone. Ozone is one of the pollutants you probably know, which is produced by the conversion under solar radiation by NO2. So NO2 are emitted by cars. And when you have a very strong solar exposure in summertime, this NO2 is converted in ozone. And ozone may be very toxic for respiratory tract, and especially can cause problems for those who are asthmatic or who have chronic respiratory condition. And as you remember, we have a lot of asthmatic in the endurance athlete population. So if you look at ozone, for instance, this is another example from another city. You can have a posteriori analysis of what's the level of ozone during a whole week. And if you want to focus on what's going on during a day, so these are aggregated, cumulated data, you could probably see that the highest exposure, this is not a big surprise, the highest level of ozone exposure, it's basically when you have the highest level of sun exposure. So it's sometime between noon and 4, 5 p.m. So that's not probably the best time to organize your endurance race if you have a significant amount of asthmatic people there. So you can also ultimately design and plan when is the best moment if you have a lot of retrospective data to organize your race, if you want to have your race safe from an air pollution perspective. I'm going to ask my colleagues, yes, from the IT to run this small dynamic map. This is interesting. So we are able, this is the hyperlocal, yeah, it doesn't show on the screen. So this is basically an example of a dynamic monitoring of a marathon race where we can measure almost live the exposure to any kind of gaseous or particulate matters. So you can probably run it another time later on. So that's important if you're a race organizer to know which are the area of your race where probably your runners are exposed to air pollutant. Because if the next year you want to change this, you can probably divert the route and find a better place for your runners. It might sound a bit premature for you or weird, but I would not be surprised that in the near future, most of the runners will look at that. And they will not accept to compete in places, even if they are recreational, where air quality does not have a minimal level of safety. So we probably have to anticipate a bit on this. And this will be one of my last slide, about thermal stress. This is also something we have started to implement in all WAS events. So this is a widget. So if you install an air quality device with a WBGT sensor in a stadium or in a place where people are training, this is the kind of information you may have. It's very simple to understand for layperson who are not specialists in air quality or thermal stress. So this is, for instance, the WBGT with the profile during the last days. By the way, this is in Nice Stadium, the place where I was born. So we have installed a device. And we have live access, if you can grant live access to your running community to this air quality measurement. It's going to turn again, don't worry. So they can probably know where it's more relevant and safer for them to exercise and train. So probably you see here the air quality index in my place is okay. I mean, so if you train early morning, that's fine. But in summertime, maybe because of ozone, if you go there at 3 or 4 or 6, even 6 p.m. close to rush hour, that's not safe. Here you see that the thermal stress in my place is still high, hand temperature 27.9, WBGT 25.4. The risk is moderate. So of course, the better you know, the more informed you are, probably you can also engage with your stadium manager, with your coach, with your community to say, well, I would like probably to train on a better place and so on. I think we can leave this one and return to the PowerPoint. Thank you. So the expected benefit from this air quality measurement are quite simple. First of all, you can engage with your running community. And you can, as I said before, you can identify the period of the year, the period of the day, the period of the week where it's probably safer to exercise and train. Remember that basically, according to some recent stat, 80% of the runners are urban runners. They train in cities, okay? Not everyone is able to train in Iten or in some high places in Ethiopia. Most of us, we are training in cities, so we are exposed. It also gives some important information for the competition organizers, as I said before, to set up the best guidelines and to probably decide when it's more appropriate for them to organize their competition, especially if they want this competition to be safe or to have a world record broken. And then again, it's more on a political point of view. You can also, once you have this data, engage with your local community, especially with your municipalities or city council or whatever, say, we would like to have a green zone, for instance, for our runners to exercise, because we noted that the results are not good, or we would like you to implement traffic restriction in this place, these days of the week, for instance. So you have data, and then you can engage and probably move a bit the cursor in the right direction. So that's all from my side. Thank you for listening, and let's talk about healthy and sustainable race. You have our contact details here, and there is also the flashcode of everything about we do with the academy, and all of us, all of my department staff is here, so feel free to reach us at the break. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Real cutting-edge stuff, that, wasn't it? A very proud thing that athletics is leading the way on the health and safety measures for the Paris Olympic Games. I'm not surprised with the level of detail of that. Good news, that if it's a relay team, the first 3 legs by the World Athletics team in this segment have gone out very quickly. We're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. But if you think of it as a relay team, and think of the Jamaican team that holds the 4x100 meters world record, who do you put on the final leg? That's right, you put your tallest runner on the final leg. So it's time to welcome the tallest runner for this presentation. We're looking at the Label Races program. His finest moment was watching his countryman Stefano Baldini. Have I gone out of sequence? Am I looking at an old... beg your pardon. Okay, so John competed in the 2003 London marathon. We talk about it as the Paula Radcliffe Marathon, but actually it should be the John Cundy Marathon. Please welcome him on stage. He's a 3 hours 25 man, and he's your next presenter. And we'll come back for Alessio.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Johnny Murch. I'm the CEO of a company called Red Torch. And I'm here, I've been asked to come and talk a little bit about maximizing social media and elite athlete influence to promote events. The talk is going to be really kind of strategic, look at some things from a top level perspective. I'm not in your sport, I work across a lot of different sports, so I'm going to bring in some examples from outside of running and outside of athletics, which hopefully may provide a little bit of inspiration and ideas for you. But before I do, I want to tell you a story about this chap. Does anybody recognize him? Any hands in the air? Anybody who knows who this is? Okay, good. We've got a few people here. Okay. This story is an argument from the extreme, but it's here to prove and communicate a point. This is somebody called Travis Kelce. Travis plays American football for the Kansas City Chiefs. His position on the pitch is the tight end. And Travis has had a very interesting year. Or should I say, interest in Travis has changed dramatically during the course of this year. We can see on the left-hand side on this graph, which is taken from Google Trends. If you don't know what Google Trends is, you can access it to analyze the changing levels of interest in something or somebody over time. And on the left-hand side, we have a peak. And that peak is because the Kansas City Chiefs played in the Super Bowl, the biggest moment in the NFL year. But we've got this other peak over on the right-hand side, which looks like it's even bigger than interest during the Super Bowl. And Google's actually still collecting the data. We haven't finalized where that peak is going to end yet. So what caused that peak? Well, the cause was last weekend. On Sunday, the Chiefs played against the Chicago Bears. And in the stands supporting Travis was his girlfriend, Taylor Swift. And this was the confirmation of a rumor that had been around for a little while. And what happened was the Chiefs had an amazing game. They won. Travis had an amazing game. He scored a touchdown. So he got to play in front of his girlfriend. It was a big announcement to the world that they were together. It was a huge, huge thing. The touchdown pass came from a guy called Patrick Mahomes, brilliant quarterback. And he was interviewed after the game by NBC, and the interviewer wasn't really so interested in details about the game. He just wanted to ask Patrick, did you know that Taylor Swift was in the house? And he said, I heard she was in the house. I knew I had to get it to Trav. I think he wanted to get it in the end zone just as much as all the Swifties wanted him to. And if you don't know what a Swiftie is, the Swifties are the hundreds of millions of followers of Taylor Swift all around the world, but predominantly in the US, that follow her every move and are super engaged with everything that she does and is influenced massively by her. Now, why is this interesting? Well, because this created a phenomenal business impact for the NFL, for the Kansas City Chiefs, and for Travis himself. Since Taylor Swift showed up at Sunday's Chiefs game, there's been a 400% spike in the sale of Travis Kelce jerseys. His podcast has hit #1 in the rankings. There's been a 3 times increase in search interest for the Kansas City Chiefs. There's been a massive increase in interest in ticket sales. It's just been a global phenomenon. Basically, social media blew up. The internet blew up. It's been absolutely amazing. So it's an argument from the extreme, but it's here to prove a point. So just back to my presentation. The agenda today, I'm going to provide some context. Why is social media important today? People always say you've got to be on social media, but really why? Why is it strategically something that we need to use? And why is it important to work with elite athletes? What do they bring to the table? And finally, I'm going to bring you some insights, some audience insights from outside of elite running, and how people from outside of our sport are using those insights and producing social content to work with those elite athletes. Before I go ahead, very quick introduction to my business, Red Torch. We're an award-winning research, digital and creative agency, and we're dedicated to making sports more relevant to more people. We're passionate about the physical, the mental, and the social impact that sport has on people and communities worldwide. And we're very fortunate that we can help to make that happen because we're trusted by some of the biggest names in world sport. We're very fortunate to work with the World Athletics team. We work with the Athletics Integrity Unit, the International Olympic Committee, and across various other sports as well. So we've got a very good view across the global sporting landscape as to what's happening. So let's start with this question. Why should you care about social media? And fundamentally, the thing that we need to, everyone is looking for is growth. Growth of the sports, growth in participation, growth in revenue from ticket sales, registration sales, sponsorship, broadcast rights, whatever it is, it's growth. And we all need to realize that to grow, we need to talk to new people. If we talk to the same people all the time, we're not going to generate that growth. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit here now and look at some big numbers just to help understand why is social media important. Let's start with the world's population. The world's population is currently over 8 billion people, and it's growing at just under 1% a year, or 70 million people a year. The number of people using the internet is nearly 5.2 billion, or nearly 65%, growing with a growth rate of 2.1% a year. The number of social media user identities that there are is just over 60% of the world's population, but the growth rate is 3.7% per year, 173 million. So we can see the growth rate of social media usage is higher than the growth in the world's population at the moment. And this is nicely demonstrated by growth in number of social medias since 2013, where it's 25% of the world's population and is now over 61%. And by the Paris Olympic Games next year, we're going to be looking at over 5.2 billion people using social media. So if we're looking for channels to reach people, this is a pretty good one. But how much time do people spend on social? So People spending, on average, nearly 7 hours a day online. Pretty huge amount, but the amount of media that people are consuming is actually decreasing. So it's decreasing at a rate of minus 2.2% per year. Okay, but we're seeing that rate of decrease across all types of media. The interesting thing of that time spent online is nearly 2.5 hours is spent on social media. The rate of decrease of people using social media is the lowest of all media types. So therefore, it's becoming more predominant in people's media mix, more important. And where are they spending their time on social? Some people who attended some workshops yesterday would have heard that TikTok is where people are spending a lot of time, over 30 hours a month, followed by YouTube, and then Facebook. But Facebook is still the biggest platform that there is, and it's still growing in many parts of the world. So let's move on to how different generations are using social media. We know that young people are heavier social media users than older people, and young females are using social media a lot more than young males. But what's really interesting is when you start to explore why people use social media. And what's really interesting is the number of people, the percentage of young people especially, who use social media to access news content, to find out what's going on in the world. They're not going to official news sites. They're turning straight to social media to find the latest. So social media is really important for discoverability. I would probably turn to Google. I would search on Google for something. My son, who's 13 years old, he goes straight to YouTube. That's his first point of call. My daughter is 16. She goes straight to TikTok. That is her first port of call to learn about something, to explore things. But let's remember, there's over 2 billion searches a day on Facebook. And 83% of Instagram users say it helps them to discover new products and services. In fact, 57% of internet users typically find out about new products, new services, potentially your event, via social media. So it's hugely important for discoverability. So 3 key reasons why social media is good, because fundamental to growth is awareness, and social media can deliver that reach, that discoverability, and it's also cost effective. Not everybody has huge blockbuster budgets that they can spend, so social media can help you to do a lot with relatively little. There's a big but here. To transfer an idea from a screen to a mind, so for whatever you're posting on social media to have impact, that advertising, that content has got to gain attention. No attention means it doesn't have any effect. Dwell time is directly indicative of attention. Dwell time being the amount of time someone's prepared to watch what the content that you are putting out there. The challenge with social media is it has what we call high attention decay. That means it's very easy just to quickly scroll through your feed and not actually take interest in anything in particular. And if people aren't paying attention to your content, what's the point? It's important to know that the brand that is remembered is bought. If somebody doesn't know about it, they can't buy it. This is why working with elite athletes is important. They help to capture that attention. We live in an attention economy. You are competing with hundreds and thousands of sport and entertainment rights holders around the world for people's attention, and others have a lot of money to throw at capturing it. Remember, awareness is great, but you need attention as well for marketing effectiveness, as demonstrated nicely by this recent example with Travis and Taylor Swift. Now, athletes as influencers isn't anything new. Cristiano Ronaldo is the most followed person on the planet, let alone in sport. He has a personal audience of nearly 900 million people around the world. It's phenomenal. We don't have those sorts of numbers in athletics and in running, but we are building personalities. We are building athlete influencers. Elliot is probably ahead of most people. Courtney, okay, she's not road running, but trail running, she's building a brilliant, massive audience. And I would wholeheartedly encourage everybody in this room, if you have the ability to, Invest in helping your athletes, educating your athletes to become better at using social media. Because unfortunately for you, or fortunately I should say, people are more interested in people and athletes than they are in organizations and event entities. Grow your athletes' profiles, grow interest in them, build their communities, and indirectly you are going to grow interest in your sport, and it's going to benefit your events and your event marketing. And the reason for that is because athlete influencers build communities around shared interests. And regular runners are 1.7 times more likely to follow athletes on social media when compared to the average sports fan. And regular runners are one step further on that journey to be more likely to actually buying a registration to participate in an event. So from a channel perspective, to reach your target market, athletes are a superb way to do that. So please explore how you can work with them. And 98% of them want to work with brands that share their values. They want to deliver value to their audiences in a really authentic way. Your products, your events is something that's going to add value to them because it's something that they're passionate about. So this is a really positive thing. Now, something that something I wanted to talk about is rocket fuel. Now, I don't know a lot about rocket fuel, but I do know that at its very basic level, it's a chemical reaction between two agents. And that chemical reaction creates the propulsion to get the rocket up into space. And what in influencer marketing, if we can bring together two influencers from different cultures, then it can create that sports marketing rocket fuel, just like we had last weekend. So Travis is from sports culture or NFL culture, combined with Taylor from music culture, and collectively that's created the rocket fuel that we've seen. Now, this isn't something that happens every day. This happens in a totally organic way. And it's an absolute dream for the NFL. It's a dream for the Kansas City Chiefs. But it doesn't, it's not something that we can hope happens. So the good news is that we can buy it. And this is an example from a sport which I'm passionate about, rugby, with some advertising that was created by Samsung back in 2015. Samsung is a sponsor of England Rugby. England was hosting the Rugby World Cup, and they wanted to activate. And they created a whole content series, which was called the School of Rugby. It's an education content series because they wanted not only to reach fans of rugby, but they wanted to help bring new people into the game. They wanted to help grow the sport of rugby. So they worked with former elite athletes like Lawrence Dallaglio and Martin Johnson, but at the core of the content was this chap called Jack Whitehall. And if you're not from the UK, you might not know about him, but he's a comedian. He's got a very dry sense of humour, and it's a brilliant content series that helps to promote rugby and promote Samsung indirectly to much broader audiences than people that are just interested in rugby. So this was a media buy, and I'd encourage you to have a search for it on YouTube to watch. It's very funny, but it's very British humour, so I'm not going to show you here and now. So following the reasons why social media are important, let's look at two reasons why it's important to work with elite athletes. And this is, I think, backs up some of the words that Tracy said earlier in the day. Capturing attention is not easy in this world where there's so much competition for it. And also, elite athletes help you to connect into communities of people with a shared passion. They're going to be much further down the marketing funnel towards the point of purchase of something like an event registration. So I'm just going to bring this together now with a few practical examples of how other sports organizations from outside of athletics and outside of running have worked with elite athletes. So if we start pre-event, let's explore a few audience insights. And this first audience insight is from boxing. Audiences love rivalries and listening to athlete predictions about what will happen. Fighting sports are the best at using rivalry and bigging it up in advance of an event to raise the anticipation and raise the interest in the event itself. Some of the PR events they put on get quite heated. That's not this sport, but there are ways in which we can create rivalry, either through PR events or through content that helps to build that anticipation and capture the attention of new audiences. And the picture here is is a boxing match that happened relatively recently between Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall. Huge event. And this is a picture of the two of them who started talking to each other nicely at the start of their session, and then by the end, it's quite a lot of trash talking, but that generated massive interest in this fight. Some insight from Olympic sports. Audiences love to get to know athletes in advance, build their profiles, and make them relatable. I had a conversation with an athlete manager just earlier, and she mentioned that hardly any event organisers reach out to her in advance of the event to explore how you can collaborate with athletes and tell their stories and create collaborations on social media pre-event. It's a missed opportunity. The examples here, my Up Against story, Up Against a campaign that we created for the World Governing Body of Ice Skating in advance of the Beijing Olympic Games, and we created a whole series of stories. This chap, Howard Lorentzen, he's a speed skater. He's got an incredible story. He had an accident where he almost sliced off, one of his muscles in a skating accident. It was the story of his rehabilitation, what he went through mentally, and getting back on the ice, and then getting back into competition, and then getting back at the top of the podium. And it's phenomenal, the audience interest that it generated. There's an equestrian story that we created about a Namibian rider who was going to compete at the Olympic Games. If you're in equestrian sports, it's fascinating to understand how other people engage with that sport. And at the centre, this is a content series that Team GB is about to produce. Nothing to do with us, can't take any credit for this. It's called Sporty AF, which is playing on a British phrase, but it's sporty and female. And the idea is that it's going to be a whole series of stories that helps these athletes to become much more relatable to more people by understanding, the trials, the challenges, the issues, and the experiences that these young women have had in developing their athletic career. With the hope that in the lead up to Paris, it's going to garner that support. So when the Olympic Games comes around, new audiences are going to be much more interested in following these athletes. My next insight is going back to my rugby example, which is if you're trying to attract new audiences, education content is really cool. But new audiences like to learn about a sport through somebody they know or can relate to, which is not necessarily an elite athlete or somebody from inside your sport. So if you can feature content with elite athletes and some sort of national celebrity who audiences from outside of your sport can relate to, then it helps to open this up. So who is that national celebrity that you could connect with, that you could bring in to work with some of these elite athletes and maybe create some content around that's going to help you to broaden the audience that you are talking to? This works really, really well at a national level because national icons are big at a national level generally. Final insight pre-event, I've got a video here, is audiences love to understand what training is required for elite athletes to compete at the highest level. And this is, I'm going to play a video. This is one of the elite athletes from the Super League Triathlon. It's an interesting piece, the way he talks about it, but it's so much more authentic and it has so much more impact than if it was just a Super League Triathlon saying, come and you should train to compete in our events.
The race is going to be just disgusting, just complete disgust. This will probably be my last Super League race. I don't ever want to do a Super League race ever again. I don't want to train for this ever again. This is one training session for this race, and I don't ever want to do it ever again. So there's that. How does that sum it up for you? But you know what though? Jokes aside, it is a cool, really cool. If you like suffering, if you like in your face, feel disgusting type efforts, train for one of these things.
Okay, so much more authentic, it's pretty raw, but very much more powerful working with using an elite athlete. Okay, so we're going to shift to event time now. Event time we know is challenging because the priority is performance. So how do we work with elite athletes? How can we integrate them into social media and what we're doing to promote our events? And I'm going to take an insight from basketball. which is audiences love to see behind the scenes, what's going on. The NBA is the leader when it comes to social media, mainly because they've got the biggest budgets to be able to spend on it. But this is a really simple example. All this is their athletes walking to the venue in which they're about to compete. Very simple. But what it's turned into is a massive sort of fashion, cultural event in itself. I think they call it the tunnel walk. And so these basketball icons are walking to the venue. They're wearing the sorts of clothes that they're interested in, but it's evolved so much and it's created such massive audiences that they're now getting endorsed and being paid to wear certain types of clothes by major brands just to get into the tunnel walk. So here's an example. Okay, so we don't all have a tunnel walk, but think about how your athletes come to your event. What are the opportunities? How can you create something out of it? Next example from tennis. Families are great. Families of elite athletes that experience success can create incredible content, so be ready to capture the moments if they are there. This is an example, again, of something that happened recently. You'd probably be aware, Coco Gauff won the US Open. And this is her mum, with an amazing reaction. Social media gold. Brilliant. The US Open jumped on that, as they did this next bit of insights, also from tennis, which is former champions love to get in on the moment, to leverage their reach and impact. Here's Roger Federer congratulating Coco Gauff after her win. Final insight, how former elite athletes can help to grow audiences in target markets. So if as an event you are trying to bring people into your country from certain other markets, elite athletes can help you to do this. This is Lily. Lily competed in London 2012 in the sailing. She won a gold medal in the laser radial class. And she works for our friends at a company called H&A Media, and they're working for the Ocean Race. And the Ocean Race wanted to build an audience in China and gain attention in China for a whole variety of different reasons, linked to future commercial aspirations and hosting. They wanted to take the event there, but it's also for reasons of education around ocean health and sustainability. And this has been massively successful for them, and I look forward to seeing the impact of this in the future in the development of the ocean race into China. Hopefully we'll see it stop off there. My final two examples are to help understand how to leverage elite athletes after the event has happened. And the key thing to understand here is you have to invest a bit of money in what we call post-production or creative. It's not just about video clips. You actually have to create something that's going to capture the imagination of people. And the insight from swimming is that audiences love to celebrate champions. Invest in great creative to hero them, their performances, and help to fuel their passions. And I got a video here that we created for World Aquatics to celebrate Katie Ledecky, a US swimmer who recently competed in the World Aquatics Championships. She won some more medals, and she's become the greatest of all time. And you'll notice that in this video, there's quite a lot of creative input. It's not a standard sort of series of images.
Look at this champion, Katie Ledecky, is heading for another World Championship here. This will make it 6 in a row.
Okay. So there's a bit of creative in there. As there is in my final example, which I am going to take from athletics, from our friends at the World Athletics team, who I think do a great job with this type, in particular this type of content amongst everything else that they're doing. And I'd suggest if you have the opportunity to to speak to the World Aquatics communications team about what they're doing and how they can help, then I'd encourage you to, because they're fantastic. The insight here, audiences love to understand what goes through athlete minds when they compete, so help them to relive the moments. And this is a lovely example. This is Dos Santos talking about, he's watching a performance back, and he's talking about how he's feeling at each moment of the race.
Esse momento aqui eu estava, tentando descontrair pouco, dar aquela relaxada, sentir o momento, trazer as motivações para perto e dar aquele gritinho só para incentivar a prova e vamos que vamos. No bloco estava só tentando ser o máximo confiante possível e relaxar a mente, deixar tudo limpo para a prova.
Okay, I won't do the whole race, but you get the idea. And audiences absolutely love this, that insight. Now, I was going to finish by looking at some data as to, does this really work, everything that I'm saying. So let's look at 2 events to explore the impact of elite athlete focus. So we've got the London Marathon here and the New York Marathon. And on the right-hand side, we have the total number of followers of each of those accounts. And you can see that the New York Marathon has nearly 320,000 people here, and the London Marathon is smaller, just over 230,000. Yet, the column on the left shows the total number of interactions or engagements, or that which you could sort of argue is attention. And you can see the London Marathon is way ahead there on over 633,000 compared to 405,000. And my team analysed the top 200 posts from each of these events and identified that the London Marathon places a much greater emphasis on producing content integrating elite athletes than the New York Marathon. So it has a big impact on grabbing the attention of people and generating that engagement. So to finish this presentation, around social media and elite athletes, the 2 are really important ingredients to create the 2 things that you need: awareness and attention to compete today, to get marketing effectiveness to drive the growth of your events. And I'm just going to finish there. Thanks very much for listening. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer after this.
Johnny, thank you very much for that brilliant presentation, and I'm so sorry for mixing you up with the 7'1" Alessio Punzi at the start. And also that wicked Taylor Swift. There are some of us still haven't forgiven her for dumping that lovely Tom Hiddleston all those years ago. We're going to take a break now. It's a coffee break. We will return. You'll see Alessio Punzi warming up with a baton because he's first after the break. Back in here, please, to start at 4:05. Thank you. We're a little bit late starting here, aren't we? But if I talk, people outside in the lobby will think it's already underway and come back in. We're starting in 1 minute with our final session. I'm going to give you a couple of housekeeping points now because I'm well aware that if I leave it until the end, mentally some of you will be already out the door and thinking of other things. But it's in respect of the welcome dinner tonight. If you've RSVP'd on your invitation to say that you'll be attending the welcome dinner, there is transport going by shuttle from here, the lobby of this hotel, the Radisson Blu, and also from the lobby of the Marriott, the AC Marriott, and both will be leaving at 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock departure from here in the Marriott if you're going to the welcome dinner. And also, if you're going to the behind-the-scenes tour, then that will depart from the Marriott lobby at 8:15 tomorrow morning. So if you've signed up for that to see how race day pans out, the behind-the-scenes tour, that departs at 8:15 from the Marriott tomorrow. So I've plugged him so many times, thought he was coming on before the break, before the previous speaker, and finally, it is the turn of the glorious anchor leg runner from World Athletics to speak to you about label road races. He's a man who was very much taken by the moment when Stefano Baldini won the Olympic marathon in Athens in 2004, and he got to run on that course and finish on the same ancient track just a few months later over 10K, just a little bit slower. But he's organised, along with Benjamin, this whole conference. So please welcome on stage from World Athletics, Alessio Punzi.
Jeff, thank you, and sorry for spoiling your beautiful line earlier, but the initial idea was to have a World Athletics updates block with 4 of us, Laurent, myself, Stefan, but unfortunately Johnny had to catch an earlier flight, so we were forced to swap that. Also, apologies for my voice. It's not because I shouted last night due to the great rugby performance that Italy displayed, but it's only I've been taking maybe a little bit too many planes as of late. Now, this session, some of you may have seen this already 2 days ago, as we delivered an online member federation info session about label road races. There are, however, some adaptations to this specific audience. What I want to do today really is explaining a bit of the rationale and a bit of what we are purporting to achieve through this program. Many of you, most of you, I would think, by now have been attracted into the program one way or another. They've been there since the beginning, like our friends in Siam that I see here, or are latecomers, or even will join the program next year as a result of conversations having had here. However, some of you may be like, okay, what is this program about? Why do I need a label? Do I really need a label? So today I really would like to share with you a few thoughts on what's behind these regulations that you see. Because once a year you receive a PDF with lots of apparently complicated rules, and you wonder, why is that? What is World Athletics trying to do? What are they trying to manage? So these regulations, this document that we publish once a year, isn't just a technical document like you would have in other circuits, but it really is the document that describes the extent to which the organization believes that we should be involved in the non-championships running space. Arguably, and luckily so, given your businesses, the biggest and richest and still most of the world fastest growing part of the sport. The label program defines essentially the rationale of our involvement. Next slide, I will tell you what this rationale is, the goals that we wish to achieve in the space, as well as a funding mechanism. It explains how we plan to fund what we want to achieve, and also the various intersections between all of the regulated agents. And when I say regulated agents, I mean that there are some players, some key players, namely shoe companies, that aren't directly subject to labor regulations. However, they are an integral part of this ecosystem. This is the goal, essentially. These are the 3 macro goals of the program. We want to create value for race organizers wherever possible. This takes a number of forms. If you are the New York City Marathon, you want to work in a certain way with World Athletics. There are certain things that we can do for you. If you are a newly established race in a country that doesn't have a much of a tradition of running, we may want to almost shadow you in the organization and give you a chance to build from the ground up. It really is a bespoke service, and I'm especially proud of this approach that we have put into place in the past few years. So number 1 is create value for race organizers in whichever way possible. Number 2, we want to enable our efforts to protect the integrity of the sport. And when I say integrity, we really mean 2 different ways. On the one hand is the integrity in terms of clean sport, anti-doping, and generating funds and understanding how these funds are best spent, because they're not infinite, and it's your money also, so we have to be accountable on not just how we spend it, but also where we are placing our bets, but also in terms of integrity of competition. So through the labor race program, by being part of the labor race program, the event organizer, World Athletics essentially, takes more of a responsibility in ensuring that the race is done according to the technical rules of the sport, which is, especially now that we have the world rankings, an increasingly central theme. If you think about it, there is a race in Latvia today, and there is a race in Mexico today. Essentially, the athletes are competing one against the others. This is what you do when you create a global ranking system. And this is why World Athletics has to protect the integrity of competition also in respect to course measurement, technical rules of the sport, whether or not the shoe regulations are applied, and so on and so forth. And then the third goal is encourage investment in elite sports. Now, let's face it, most of the people in this room would have, for the reasons that were beautifully explained by my colleagues earlier this morning, most of the event organizers would do an elite race because there is a lot of value in it. However, this doesn't come natural to anyone, to everyone. So thanks to the label program and to the mechanics that are built into it, we are encouraging an investment in elite races. Because ultimately, if you think about it, it's one of the fundamental functions of a world governing body, right? You have to cater for the athletes who are the main constituent through member federations. So encouraging, unlocking resources for that group of stakeholders, the athletes, is an essential component. A few updates from this year. How did we do? I think we did pretty well. The program pretty much went on our best expectations, and this is not because we're good, but because you understood the importance for you, and we really are appreciative for the great trust that you bestowed into the program. There were more than 250 label events, and we finally managed to achieve this pyramid of competitions that for many years we've tried to strive for. This is not for the sake of it. It's because since labels are linked, as you know, with the rankings competitions, you need to have a structure by which most of the ranking points are up for grabs in the races with the best elite field. So you need to create that system by which fewer races at the top and more at the bottom. Equally, actually even more impressive is the amounts of external funds that the system was able to generate. Counting the fees that races have contributed with, the athletes' contribution as a percentage of their prize money, and the AR, annual fixed flat fee contribution, you're looking at a bit more than $2.2 million. And on top of this, already for a few years now, 3 shoe companies are contributing to the program financially. This is credit to, speaks volumes of the understanding of the industry as a whole, of how the fight to keep the sport clean and the playing field level is really one that needs to be shared. Of this money that we raise, which is, again, it's your money, right? The overwhelming majority is transferred directly to the AU. World Athletics is only keeping $35,000 for the administration of it, which is what, it's a bit more than 1% if you think about it. And we decided to devote $100,000 of this money to ramp up the race endurance academy that you said earlier with Dr. Stefan Bermon. If you look at you will probably not be able to read this. However, these are the 30 best marathons of the year in terms of competition scores. The year is not over yet. There will be great races coming up in the next few months. However, these are the top 30 now. And of these top 30, only one doesn't have a World Athletics label. This means that we have, and when I say we, I don't mean World Athletics. I really see us as one ecosystem. We have done a good job at explaining the importance of this and explaining the value of a label. I'm more than confident that the one race that isn't in the program will do so next year, so that we will have a more complete overlay. When it comes to shorter distances, isn't as thorough. There are some very good half marathons and 10Ks which are not in the system yet. That is fine. We hope that with your help we will be able to better and better demonstrate the value of being in the program so that they can be brought in for the future. This growth, however, comes with some challenges, and we live this every day. I really am trying to paint a honest picture for you, because I'd really like to stress we are partners. One of the 4 pillars of the World Athletics strategy that ends this year, and we may talk about that later also, is partnerships. We really see our relationship with the Tallinn Marathon, the 10K of Valencia, or the Bucharest Marathon as partnerships. World Athletics has the goal to develop the sport in the world, and we do so in partnerships with member federations mainly, but also with road race organizers. Keeping the system relevant is the biggest challenge. It's not a challenge now we're doing well, but we kind of already understand that to make it still relevant, to continue this uptake that we're seeing, we need to provide more services than just this very successful anti-doping blanket, anti-doping service. We also have to improve the administration of the program because, with growth is always a bit chaotic at first. And I appreciate that we have not always done the best of jobs at, keeping all 256 balls in the air at the same time, answering timely. We'll get there. We want to maintain the correspondence between the labels that an event has and the actual quality of the elite field for the reason that I just told you earlier. Why can't we have, sometimes I'm approached by organizers asking, can we have a gold label? Can you help us get a gold label? And the answer to that is, well, gold label comes with a certain commitment to elite field, right? And if you have a race course, a geography, a climate that makes it especially challenging, then maybe you shouldn't consider that because it will always be especially complicated for you to get the cohort of athletes that enables you to have this gold label. Not because we believe that the runner's experience at a race that takes place in humid climate is less pleasant or less safe than one at a more traditional fast race, but because labels are first and foremost, at least under the current system, a measure of how good the elite competition is, because they are linked with the rankings. Therefore, making sure that connection stays there is a challenge for now, because everybody wants to get the top labels. Quality control is also one challenge in terms of the ability that we don't necessarily have to have eyes everywhere. And again, more often than not, you have member federations, and I'm looking at Spain, or Italy, or Japan, with a very structured national technical program, and we don't have to be there. But as the sport grows, and grows in parts of the world in which the road running movement is going faster than the federation, some help from us is needed, directly from the HQ. We have the ambition to expand the panel of technical delegates for next year, so as to do a better job at catering that. And also, since in competition, anti-doping rule violations are more likely to happen at lower tier races, we need to adjust our fee system accordingly. Now, very briefly, the highlights of the 2023 system, most of you will know this really, we had to cap the number of races at the top, right, through a system, through some mechanics that you can go check in the regulations in terms of eligibility for the top labels. There were label fees payable by the race organizers, there was the AR's fee and the athlete's contribution. And also, at least for the first half of 2023, there was a system in place. This is still something that comes from COVID times, right? When some races didn't have the ability to have an international world-class race at home. So in order to not to waste the goodwill and not to waste the resources that potentially could have come into the system, we create the possibility for an event to keep their label while, rather than having a world-class race at home, funding a solidarity fund with money that then World Athletics would have utilized to provide competition opportunities and prize money to the same group of athletes who have missed out by not being able to be in these races. Between 2022 and 2023, a number of events, not very many, but let's say 7 or 8, if I remember correctly, chose to go for this option. And currently, World Athletics has about $800,000. We're sitting right now on $800,000, which again is not our money, it's the athletes' money. So we will decide before the end of the year what to do with this, whether organizing a standalone race, this is unlikely, or providing prize money for an existing event, or maybe we will just establish a fund, and so that we know that that money is for the athletes. And then even if we don't use it this year, the money is not lost, it's there. It's for distance running athletes, it's for distance runners. Some of you probably were expecting to learn about the regulations today. We are almost there. We expect to publish them around the 20th of October, a bit later this year, due to a number of factors, including the fact that it was an elective year, new council, the consultative bodies that are essential to the making of the rules are not in place yet, so a little bit of lag, but I'm still confident that it will be realistic for races to get labels. Those at the beginning of the year might struggle a little, but we will try to help them. What are the proposed changes? Not much. We will, again, cap the number of races at the top, platinum and gold labels, for the reasons that I explained. there will not be anymore this solidarity fund pathway. So if you don't have the ability to stage a world-class race at home, then you should go down. The label status of athletes will no longer be subject to the confirmation by the AR, but it will be automatic. We will draw the line at a certain point, maybe after the New York City Marathon weekend, or maybe 1 or 2 weekends earlier, and say, okay, these are the athletes who are in the RTP, these are the athletes tested out of competition, and they will get status. Whether or not the athlete or their manager wants to opt in, that's irrelevant. They will be put in the RTP, and races will know that these are the athletes that they need. Races with platinum and gold labels will know that these are the athletes that have to work with for the following years. The basic label fee will be slightly increased. A bigger chunk of money will be utilized for an improved administration of the program. And then you may remember that this year there were some sustainability criteria. We are currently, with Bob Ramsack, reviewing them so as to make them realistic and at the same time attainable. I'm already at 16 minutes, but if you don't mind, I just would like to share very briefly. I know that this is a mainly road running conference, but it's a running conference. So very briefly, some interesting stats, interesting facts from the mountain and trail running world, which is a fairly fast-growing, exciting part of our sport. This year, we had the second edition of the World Championships in Austria. 67 teams participated with more than 1,100 athletes. In 2025, the events will be in Spain, in the beautiful Pyrenean region of Canfranc, and we expect even higher participations there. World Athletics doesn't own this event. It's a joint partnership between International Trail Running Association, International Association of Ultra Runners, and World Mountain Running Association, but we are there to provide help as and when needed in areas such as medical, anti-doping, bidding, general coordination, team services. And this system is working pretty well. It will stay like this until 2029. This matters to you because some of you are overall race organizers. So for this event, unlike other championships that the World Athletics has, commercial rights are with the LOC, right? Commercial and broadcasting rights are with the LOC. Bids for 2027 will open at the beginning of next year. Get in touch with my colleague Mark Hurst if you want to know more. There is also a beautiful continental championships already existing in Europe for now. Second edition will be in July. Bids for 2026 will open in a near future. Get in touch with Marko Vasic at EA if you want to know more. In South America, I believe there are also mountain and trail running championships, and we are now proactively trying to establish we're trying to establish more in other continents on the alternate year, so as to replicate the same structure that other World Athletics Championships, besides this one, which is annual, have. 1 year area, 1 year world. And finally, there is this beautiful series. Sometimes I'm approached and asked, do you have a similar product like the label for trail races? We don't directly, but if you look at the WMRA World Cup, that is essentially the World Athletics circuit for off-road running, mountain and trail. Overboard by a few minutes, but I thought it was good to share with you these updates. And thank you, and I will be available later tonight or on the phone for any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Alessio. Well, it's time for our final panel discussion, and keeping the theme going, this one will be on the subject of connecting elite athletes and recreational runners in emerging running cultures. I did a check, and I think we've got 4 continents represented in the guests that are going to be here on stage. So let's first of all welcome our panelists. Starting on behalf of the Kigali International Peace Marathon in Rwanda, it's Jean-Pierre and Daisy Yasinga. Secondly, and this is very special because her favourite moment in athletics is the Beijing Olympic Marathon in 2008, and that's because she won it. She is the Olympic champion. Please welcome from Romania, Constantina Dita. Next, a man who made his Berlin Marathon debut in 2017. Make a note of the time, he ran 5 hours and 55. He's from the Bang Sen race series in Thailand. It's Rutgerajaj Vanichakorn. And having made a note of that time, don't you think there's a matchup in prospect here for a man who ran the Berlin Marathon last week in 5:47? I think we want to see that head-to-head. He's from Sport in Pakistan. It's Shoaib Nizami. And finally, she saw her first marathon at the age of 6, and that's what has inspired her to a lifetime in the sport. Taken there to the Stockholm Marathon by her father. From worldmarathons.com, please welcome Charlotte Melcher. And finally, your moderator, the founder of Mass Participation World, his most memorable moment, shared with somebody in the room, Dave Cundy, was at the Sydney 2000 Olympic Women's Marathon when he was in the lead vehicle, turned into Bathurst Street in Sydney, and the whole of Japan was there because it was won by Naoko Takahashi for Japan. Please welcome Chris Robb.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon again. Almost at the final lap. Wonderful to be back here. Welcome, panelists. Wonderful to have you with us, Konstantina, a real honor. Why don't we start with you, your sense, so the theme of connecting elite athletes with recreational runners, amateurs. Tell us your thoughts on that in terms of the opportunities, particularly in the emerging markets, and I think there's a microphone in front of you there.
First, I will be starting with winning the gold medal in 2008, what impact it was for Romanian to winning the gold medal. And after 2008, the major impact it was for mass participants running in Romania. And after Olympic Games in 2014, when I retired for elite runner, I say what I need to do the best after running. And then I thinking the best what I can do is a race in Romania. Because I was in many races all over the world, and put together a good race in Romania for the elite runners, and this one, I didn't know it's really hard to do something like this. Because like elite runners, it's just going to the competition, training hard, and have the program, wake up in the morning and the day what you have every day. But for the competition is different. I didn't know what's going on the competition behind every organization. And then when I started have my race in Romania in 2006, I saw how hard the people working behind the race, the logistic, the course, and the measure course, and everything like this. And yeah, now after elite, I am the president of Bucharest International Half Marathon in Bucharest. And the opportunity to have a success, a big race, it's attract more sponsors for the race, and to have a major brand athletic sponsor in the race, because this is important, like the big brands like Asics, Nike to have in the race, because we need this sponsor for the elite. Because sometimes I come back now for the organization, sometimes when I'm going to the competition to talking with the people, and they say, why you need to elite runner in the competition? And it's hard to explain to the people why I want to bring elite runner and why I need a lot of money to have a sponsor for have a great elite runner to the start line. It's not only I want to have like 1,000 and 1,000 mass participants, but I want to have above elite runners and most participants runners.
So thank you. So fast forward nearly 20 years since you started, the impact that you've created on the community and that connection between the elite and the recreational runners, some of the ways that you've done that in terms of building that bridge towards the the social runners, the recreational runners?
Yes, after 2008, every time I'm going to when I'm in Romania, I'm going to the school to talking to the kids for doing sports. I'm going to the community of runners, talking about running. I'm going to the families and talking to the company, to talking how the most it's important to do a sport. And then I tell to come into the race and see how is the running. And this I create from elite running to mass participants. Just be between people and explain what is the running.
Creating an amazing impact on the community.
Yes.
Congratulations. Let's come to you, Jean-Pierre. And we were talking earlier, 18 years, Kigali Peace Marathon. You have an enviable position, and many people in the room when running these races in Europe. We spoke this morning with the first session about flying in elite athletes to races around the world. You, because of your location in Rwanda, 250 elite athletes turn up because of your proximity. Talk about that opportunity that creates, please, and the impact that then has on how you've grown this event over the years to bring other recreational runners to the event. You've got a festival of a marathon, a half marathon, and a 10K. You were talking about your night run that you've created. How have those elites helped to seed that wave of participation?
Thank you, Chris. The Kigali International Peace Marathon started as a way of using sports promoting peace of 18 years ago. And the idea came from the tragic genocide against Tutsi, which took place in Rwanda in 1994. And then it was a way of using sports, and at that time, the focus was on mass sports, on mass running. Then later on, the idea came to promote the event with the inclusion of elite athletes. 2015, our course was approved. And then since last 2 years, we got an idea of focusing on the elite athletes, but also not forgetting the ideal philosophy of the event, promoting peace, which means attracting a big number of people coming to run, most of them just for fun or running for peace, and others joining competition, but they are not really and real competitors. So the event started, of course, with around 200 participants, and today it went beyond 10,000 participants coming all over the world. And this year we had a big success of having a big number of elite athletes, mostly coming from our neighboring countries in the region, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Eritrea. And of course, when you get a big number of elite, the challenges also comes in. You know, if you look at the financial side of the event, we see almost 70% of the total budget goes to the elite. You know, taking care of elites from where they come from, taking care of them in Kigali until they leave, and also the prize money and appearance fees. You know, so those are the challenges we need to see how to sort, and of course looking for partners, sponsors, and our goal is to make the event grow, and even to go beyond those numbers we had this year. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Amazing story. Can you share a little bit about how some of the activations, outreaches you've done with those elite runners? You know, you sometimes get a small field of runners. You heard some of the panels this morning. You got a smaller group. They've got, prepare for the race and so on, maybe harder to spread them around in the community. But with 250, there's challenges of your budgets and so on. But has it given you that opportunity to create outreach? Some of the outreaches you've done, maybe taking them to the schools, some of the things that maybe Constantina was talking about, what kind of things do you do in Rwanda to bridge that gap and connect them with the other runners?
Yeah, there are a lot of benefits when you have elite athletes on board. Not only promoting the event, but also promoting the learning culture in the society. Kigali International Peace Marathon is an event that is run by Rwanda National Athletics Federation, which has another obligation to promote athletics in the country. So we use the Peace Marathon as part of promoting the learning culture in the country. So when we bring on board those elite athletes, those big names, in 2022 we brought Mo Farah in Kigali. He just came to run the 10-kilometer Run for Peace, but he inspired a big number of young people. We took him in schools, in athletics club. He met our national teams and he inspired them. We see the society was inspired to have him on board. The media attention, there a big list of opportunities and benefits of bringing elite athletes. So this year we had also a big number of elite, females and male coming from Kenya, Ethiopia. They inspired our national athletes. We are also using them to inspire them, to give them the hints and, and to be the role models for our young kids in schools, in different academies. So we use them in different activities. Thank you.
And just sticking with you, one last thing, we'll give everyone else an opportunity to talk. So given you've had that 18 years, what's the impact been on those levels of performance with your own elites now? Have you seen a significant lift up there?
Yeah. We have seen a big lift up, a big opportunity. Of course, our goal is, as I said, to make the Kigali International Peace Marathon grow and be a bigger event while attracting a big number of people across the world. Of course, there is a cost behind that. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, bringing those elite athletes also inspire our journey to empower our Peace Marathon. Of course, we are also having some other ideas of empowering the event. That's when we brought the idea of Kigali night runs. We have started the night road races, which are happening every month in the city of Kigali. And now we are thinking of taking the Kigali night run in all the cities of the country. And the last one we had around 7,000 participants. And we want to make it like a build-up for the Kigali International Peace Marathon. Usually this one takes place in June, second weekend of June. But from July until the next year, May, we will have the Kigali night runs as a build-up for the Kigali International Peace Marathon.
Fantastic. Ruth, let's jump continents and let's keep on the theme of local elites. So in Thailand, flying in the elite fields, much more challenging than having 250 people from around the region coming down. We saw a great case study for those of us that were here this morning where Tracy had pictures of Bangsian Marathon and the things that you do for your local elites. Talk to us a little bit about how that came about, some of the challenges and what it's created for the running community, please.
Thank you, Chris. Bangsan 21-hour half marathon is the first event in Thailand that applied the bronze label. We founded in 2015, just 9 years ago. So it's still young, very young. But on that time, I have no idea about the elite field. In the first time that we applied the bronze label, we just need something like a Michelin star for the restaurant. We need the label to say that our race has the standard qualify among with the other race in the world. So when I read the regulation and know about the elite requirement, the first thing is I'm quite shocked with the cost that we have to invest for the elite field. But I think what I would like to share with all of you is about the point of view. If you see the elite field as a cost, you will act it like a cost, like you will do it like manage the cost, cut the cost. That is not the good things. But I realized that the good way that I learned is see the elite as an asset. So you have to mining or you have to utilize it to benefit your race as much as you can. Okay, so when the point of view change, so I think how we do with this elite field to make it like a Michelin star, we have a superhuman from around the world to visit our country. The first thing in the emerging country, I think we are not familiar with the elite field. We just know only one runner, Eliud Kipchoge, but we don't know the other. So the first thing is we should educate our runners. So I try to find the bio, the clip or anything put in the social media that, okay, this guy is the champion from which race, this guy win the African Nation Club, cross country, anything to educate first. And when they come to the race, we dedicate one special team to broadcast some live broadcast for their training. So that one is very exciting for our country. We never see how they warm up, how they live, what they eat. So there's the one day before the race. And also on the Saturday before Sunday, the race day, we organized one press conference that we invite all the elite to the stage and interview them something, and we have the slot that our runner can take a photo with them. Okay, so a lot of Thai runners very exciting that they can stand with the famous runner around the world, and we also take a photograph of them to put around the event to promote him. So that's what very exciting time. On the race day, okay, after they finish, we ask them after they do the doping control, everything. We ask the champion to come back to the race and award the medal, give the medal to the mass participation runner. So that's a very good photo published on the social media. And also we ask them if we ask as a volunteer to all the elite runners that please come back and give the medal. So some of them happy to do that. And also we ask the champion to wait our last runner. So to connect between the fastest one and the slowest one. So you can imagine what is this is a very for me it's a very beautiful spot that the great champion and the last one that come 7 hours meet together after the race. Okay, and one thing I would like to share with you is after the race, we not stop broadcast the things about the story of the elite. We try to tracking them where they are going to compete in the next race. If one of this elite field win any race in other level race, we just bring that news to broadcast in our social media again. Congratulations to Mr. that win this level. Okay, and also we are quite lucky that some of our champions do a very good result, like Cisse Lemma. Cisse Lemma, he is our champion in 2019, and 2 years later, he win London Marathon. So on that time, the commentator that give the speech or comment on the TV program, they said that this is Bangsan 21 champion. So the runner know again, repeat it again. This is Bangsan 21 champion, and also last year we got Helen Obiri. She won our Bangsan 21, and the next few months she is the Boston champion. So this is the strategy that we keep to bring this new congratulation, and we put the photo that she win at Boston together with the photo that she win Bangsan 21, post in the Thai social media. So it's got a very good feedback at that time.
Some wonderful stories, congrats. And I think maybe just to give some insights for many of you here based in Europe. So when I was race director of Singapore Marathon, we had the opportunity to work with Adidas to bring Haile Gebrselassie to Singapore, and we sat in the meeting with our title sponsor, Standard Chartered, and we said, we're going to bring Haile Gebrselassie, and there were just blank looks all the way around the table. No one even knew who he was. We ran competitions, and despite social media and the like, trying to encourage people to have the opportunity to train with Haile, and we were literally hustling around to get people to come and train with him. So that was the kind of foundation that you have to build in terms of the education. And I guess I'd like to ask you, so you did some amazing work there, but how long did it take you to create that traction, to educate the runners to the sense where they started to understand the international elites and your own elites? Is it 2 years, 3 years? I mean, it doesn't happen overnight, does it?
I think we need to keep educate the runner. The first year, maybe our runner and also our media, our Thai media journalists, they still don't know much about the elite field. But if we keep to continue, it's not only before the race, but all the year round. And this make the Rebel race differentiate from other races in Thailand. Because on that time in Thailand, we have around 2,000 events a year. It's a lot of events, but there is only one label list in my country. That is the differentiate, and you have to keep educate the runner and the social media all the year.
Thank you, Rod. So we moved from 18 years, I think nearly 20 years, 9 years, to no years. Yeah, Shoaib, amazing work you're doing in Pakistan. You've started building the community first as you move towards your first marathon. Learning about elites is brand new for you even here. You ran, congratulations, in Berlin last weekend. Tell us a little bit about the landscape in Pakistan, how you're thinking in terms of that elite element of it, how you might use elites to inspire your local runners, and just give some people a bit of an insight. You're a pioneer in the market, not only in running, but in cycling as well, in terms of creating things. But yeah, I think the audience is going to be fascinated to hear what's happening in Pakistan and your plans to bring marathon running there.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. So we started sports in Pakistan like 4 or 5 years ago. Before COVID, we started with cycling, and in last 4 years, through cycling, we have built athletes who went for world championships in last 3 years, including juniors and elites. Then during COVID time, we started working on running because everybody was running and there was no event happening internationally. So everybody has to run in Pakistan. So people were running virtually and with friends and families only. So what happened on 14th of August is our Independence Day. So it was still lockdown in Pakistan. So we have decided to have a run with invitation only on 14th August as an Independence Day. So it was invitation only event, but what happened, it was somebody sent it to different groups on WhatsApp. So on the event day, it was already lockdown was uplifted. It was lifted, but so we have seen instead of 100 people, there were like more than 100 people around, right? So we were like, what is happening? So because we had limited medals and all. So the community was, I think, in Pakistan during COVID time, it's an exceptional growth in the running because during that time cycling was also growing, but after COVID cycling went down. because there was traffic and everything, but running, it's exceptionally growing a lot. And we have seen a lot of growth in running in a couple of years. If I can give you some examples. For example, before COVID and 2020, at Dubai Marathon, it was just 2 weeks before the COVID actually. There was only 5 to 6 runners from Pakistan who participated in Dubai Marathon. And then after COVID, this year, so there were more than 50 runners in Dubai Marathon. And similarly, last year in Berlin Marathon, there were only 6 to 10 Pakistanis who participated from Pakistan, including overall from across the globe, Pakistanis are around like 12, 13. And this year, last week, we were like more than 60 runners from Pakistan, including 10 women. So, and one of the women, she got her first 6-star medal. She's a Pakistani doctor, and she got a ever 6-star as well. So what's happening, like these runners are participating internationally, like qualifying for Boston and qualifying for London Marathon. So there are a lot of athletes in Pakistan who cannot afford international marathons, right? So what we have to build something for them in Pakistan so they can qualify for these international marathons. Because what was happening to qualify for a Boston or London or any of these urban marathons, they had to go to Istanbul to run. So there is a cost involved in that as well, right? So I wanted to build something for my country where these runners who cannot participate in international marathons, they can run in Pakistan and they can qualify from Pakistan as well. So we wanted to bring label races in Pakistan. So last year we were we managed to invite one of the course measurer came from Australia. So he came, he did the measurement and all, and we were supposed to start Karachi Marathon last year only. But what happened due to global warming and all, we had a big flood in Pakistan. So 33% of the country was under flood. So it was a really bad time to start investing on something on Karachi Marathon. So we have decided to skip 2022, and we are planning to do our marathon this year, inshallah. So in December 25th, that is our plan. So once we have this marathon this year, from next year, I think we will be able to list this marathon. And so when our athletes in Pakistan can participate and they can qualify for international marathons. Even last week, there was 6 to 8 athletes from Pakistan who qualified for Boston. So it is big achievement is coming every year from, because we are building the community and it's growing again more and more every year.
Wonderful story. Congratulations, very inspiring. So your Karachi Marathon, what kind of numbers are you expecting for your first event?
To be very honest, there are a lot of runners who are actually they were training last year as well. So this year again, they are we haven't started registration yet, but we are getting a lot of inquiries from Pakistanis who live abroad, who live in Pakistan as well. So we are expecting a lot overall. The numbers we are looking at is like 5 to 8,000, I would say, because it's not only full marathon.
Sure,
we have 3 full marathon, half marathon, 5K as well. So we want to build the community for 5Ks and 10Ks and 15Ks. Eventually, in a couple of years, we are looking for a big number in marathons.
It's amazing, and that Pakistani diaspora all over the world potentially coming back to support the event. Talk about now potentially nurturing your future elites in Pakistan. What about coaches, local coaches, bringing in coaches from overseas to build those local elites?
Yeah, that is our plan actually. We want to, I was in a discussion with some other countries as well yesterday. So I was like, if we can have some coaches who can come to Pakistan for like a couple of months, so they can come and train our athletes in Pakistan so they can do much better international marathons and also in our local marathons. So in that case, I had a discussion with Pakistan Sports Board as well. So we can invite these coaches and they are ready to fund as well, So that will help our athletes and also our community. So definitely we are trying to involve schools and corporate sector for that. So once they involve, the numbers will grow. So we are doing like 5 to 8 events every year. This year we are doing, next month we are doing Pinktober for breast cancer awareness. This is our 8th year. So this is one thing where women love to run and love to participate for a cause. So we are actually, through that run, we are creating awareness for breast cancer. And also we have committed for a mammography room in a cancer hospital. So
Wonderful.
we are raising funds for that.
Congratulations. Charlotte, thank you for waiting so patiently at the end of the line there. We've got to you eventually. And obviously wearing a different hat, organisers here, and World's Marathon, a platform to create awareness of marathons around the world and facilitate people travelling. Talk, if you will, a little bit about the importance of an elite element to races for those recreational runners that are wanting to travel around the world. What does that do in terms of profile, in terms of credibility, if there is an elite program and an elite race?
Yeah, sure. So if we look at our business, we really try to broaden the scope and help athletes to discover these maybe a little bit unknown events and broaden their horizons. And if we look at the red thread of successful events on our platform, they all have a very strong identity. And many are in emerging markets. And having a strong identity is nothing about money, really, but the buzzword of today is storytelling, knowing what makes your event unique and building upon that. When it comes to elite runners, I will use your, what you said, route about Guide Michelin. It can be a little bit of a quality stamp on the event. And we have learned that when runner joins an event for the first time and they go to a bit more exotic destination or a fairly unknown event in their network, they spend a lot of time in research. So they don't, unfortunately, they don't only check our site, but they check lots of different channels, social media and so on. And being able to see athletes, see who else participate in the race is a really important factor. And again, the storytelling there is really important.
Share some examples maybe of those that are doing it well, that help make your job easier for you.
Oh, there are so many good events, especially now in emerging markets. And yeah, we have some fantastic events in Africa doing really well, getting more and more foreigners on board in Southeast Asia. So there's so many examples to take, but I can maybe take one more local example for me on how a race has worked with elite runners to increase participation, and that's actually Stockholm Marathon. In 1912, when it was the Olympic race in Stockholm, a Japanese runner got lost, Kanaguri, and that was a story that was told a lot about this Japanese runner getting lost. No one knew where he took off. But eventually they understood that he just found a very nice Swedish family and settled down to have a little drink of lemonade. And after that, they have tried to build a bridge with Japan. And they have also invited Japanese elite runners. So you can also, again, with storytelling, look at something unique for your race and maybe focus on one country. It doesn't have to have the, let's say, strongest field, but it's just a connection between the races and that nation. And we can also see a big influx of Japanese runners signing up to Stockholm Marathon. So yeah, there's a nice effect of that.
That whole storytelling comes out again, and often it doesn't necessarily come out of what starts as a good news story, is it? That amazing opportunity that was created.
Yeah.
We've got about 5 minutes left. Anybody in the audience got a question? Geez, we've got a shy audience today, haven't we? Thank you, Charlotte. Let's come back to you, Konstantina. From your experience, obviously, as you built up to Beijing, you must have run in many races. Share some experiences of how you were able to connect with the bulk of the runners in the field, some standouts maybe that come to you in terms of impact, not only in your own event, we spoke about your own event earlier, but what impact you saw yourself making in other countries as an elite.
Yeah, from my experience, many times when I'm going to another countries talking about my experience, I'm glad to give to the runners some advice for running the first marathon, because many people, they ask me, what you think for the first marathon, what I need to do during the marathon, and what the pace. And all the time my advice, it's what you did before the race, just keep in the race what the program, what you have for the race, not change during the race because you want, oh, I want to go more faster because I feel good. I have many advices for many mass participants, for the elite, the young generation coming to me and ask me about the advice, and when I'm talking to them, I tell me to work hard and follow the dreams, because I follow my dream, and to the age 38 I won the gold medal, and just tell them to working hard, because athletic it's mean a lot, and to be an athletic, like today we are here, and like a few weeks ago I was in World Championship track and field, and I explained to the generation how it's feeling to go into the competition, to the World Athletic, to the Olympic Games, and to just tell them to follow them dreams and just working hard for them dreams.
Thank you. Follow their dreams, and I think inspiration. And for me, one of the key things that has come out of this as we wrap up is that ability to create an impact on communities. The elites at the tip of the arrow, I guess, so to speak, the role models, the credibility that they bring to events, what you were talking about in terms of athletes wanting to travel, but the story that comes, I think the term you used was a strong identity. So that storytelling through the elites, but also through the event, to create that identity for the event, whatever that may be. I've heard the importance of having a strategy, run for peace, and sticking true to that, and look at where that seed has taken over 18 years, the number of people that have impacted your story over 18 years. No doubt when we come back and hear the Pakistan story in 18 years' time, it's going to be an amazing impact on people's life. Elites will obviously play a role in being the role models for that. I think one of the key things that's come out of this for me, it doesn't happen overnight. It's work. Rut, you spoke about in your situation, you know, the education took a few years to get there. It took a lot of hard work. It's not an overnight success, but these amazing opportunities in these emerging markets that we're looking towards. And I think, again, just to underline that, storytelling has come out so many times in almost every one of the conversations, and that's going to be a wonderful segue into our next segment. So as we bid farewell to this group, and I'd like to ask you to put your hands together, we're going to talk about storytelling quite a lot in the next segment, but please join me in thanking Jean-Pierre, Konstantina, Rut, Shoaib, and Charlotte. Thank you so much. And now I have to move over here, certainly not as good looking as Jeff Whiteman and probably not as smooth as him either, but I now take on the role for 2 seconds of MC, and we're about to watch an inspiring and educational video, and following that, I'm delighted that I will be joined, and what's been especially wonderful for me over these last 2 days is having spent so long over COVID and even post-COVID, having so many virtual conversations, and to be meeting people who I interviewed on the aid station and were guests on the World Athletics webinars and so on, to actually see people in the flesh. And one of those is Marlene Fink-Rennings. She is the marketing director of Global Sports Communications, and she's got a wonderful story to tell, and we're going to have a conversation after this video on successful strategies in building elite athletes' public profiles. But for the time being, dim the lights, please. We're going to play this about 4 or 5 minute video, and then I'm going to choose 2 seats in the middle with Marlene, and we'll have a short 15 or 20 minute conversation around that. But for the time being, I hope I did it as well as you did, Jeff. Watch the video.
The whole, what we call the macro cycle of training runs throughout the year. There is the rest phase, and then there is a development stage, like pre-preparation towards the season. And then we have the pre-competition. The pre-competition period is now where you have a structured weekly training sessions that are done on a daily basis, doing different types of training. The structure of that cycle is that you have an athlete doing 2 sessions of either endurance speed training or speed training. So that is the general structure of the weekly session. It's a composition of speed, endurance, strength training, and recovery runs. The best way to execute training to achieve that component of speed, endurance, and speed is to train on the track. Because you are doing it in a measured area, it's uniform, you can also monitor progress in terms of the times achieved.
I think track training is one way whereby you can test yourself, you can test your muscles whether they can accommodate all the speed work. You can test your heart rate whether it can able to be up and down, and it tells your body actually to ask your body that maybe in the next 2 months, 3 months, there will be a marathon. And our track session actually is going up to 15 and 16 kilometers the whole session.
Because you go there with a set volume. Let's say this week you're doing thousands in maybe 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Maybe after 2 weeks, when you go to the same track, ideally for a coach to monitor progress, the time should be moving from 3:10, which you did some weeks or 2 weeks back, to around 3:05 or even closer to 3 minutes. So besides achieving the speed that you are looking for, whether it's speed endurance or speed, it also is a better way of managing, monitoring the progress.
The tempo session is very important for an athlete because it's a fundamental. These are fundamentals and the cores of lasting long in the sport. Because it builds your mental strength, and also it is giving you extra speed endurance. The tempo session, the real tempo session, is a basic training which is holding a consistent pace. A consistent pace can be if you are doing a 10-kilometer or a 14-kilometer training. It means that you are going to always hold on a constant speed. It could be if you are doing a 255 per kilometer or 250 per kilometer always.
The luck that we are having in Uganda is that when we are having a tempo session, that we can go down the mountain. So we can do it on 1,100 meters altitude. So that means more oxygen. It is also the only place we have in our area that we can run on a flat road. And because of flat road, lower altitude, the boys and the girls can run, they can develop much more speed. We are not doing it every week, so we are doing it about 2 times in 3 weeks. So it's a very important session, but it is also very tough. That's also one of the reasons that we are not doing it every week.
Perfect, nice. You really have to be focused with your mindset, because if you have to battle the urge of giving up, especially when you're doing a tough tempo session. Sometimes you find that your brain is telling you that you need to stop, it is too hard. So it really trains you mentally, and if you go for a race, I know that you will not be able to give up easily.
Easy running means training that gives 50 up to 60% of the athlete performance. Easy run is important for athletes. The main one is after hard training session or medium training session or long training, body to get a recovery.
Easy run is important for me because of when I did good training. For example, if today is competition, I can do easy running in the evening. My body becomes to normal.
The pace for easy running is maybe, as me, it is different according to the athlete. Also, that is different according to the course area. That means high altitude or up and down or flat area.
Even in Ethiopia, there are many different places. Sometimes it's low altitude, sometimes high altitude. That's why the pace is different.
Training for marathon actually is not a one-night event. It's like going for a gym. If you go to gymnasium, you need to go for more than 3 months in order to get muscles and become fit. Marathon, on the other hand, is that you need actually to train for long and for a longer period, so that actually your body can take all the trainings and can cover and take all the distance. Marathon actually doesn't need perfection. It needs consistency. That it doesn't need that you are up today and tomorrow you are down. It needs that you run consistently, and at the end of 4 months, 6 months, you will achieve in a good way.
What is really important for me is that it's not so much the performance. It's how somebody moves from point A to point B. You can have an athlete that has probably certain ability, and that athlete puts 100% effort and achieves 100% potential. To me as a coach, that's the best thing that when I go home, I really feel good.
I'd like to invite Marlene to come and join me on stage. Wonderful to see you in person again. Such great behind-the-scenes insights, and it really resonated because on the plane over, I watched The Last Milestone, and if any of you haven't watched the story behind 159, it was incredible, and much of it was that kind of behind-the-scenes stuff. But a few years ago, that wasn't the kind of content that was coming out, and something changed. Tell us a little bit about the backstory of why you changed the approach.
Well, I think what was important that a lot of our athletes, they were the absolute heroes in the event weekends, but then they got back home, mostly in Africa, and we didn't see anything of them for the next 4 to 6 months. And then they went to their next marathon, and we completely missed a bit. And that was the part of the preparation and how they lived and how people get to know them. And that was not visible and that was not shown. And I think because a lot of our top athletes are from Africa, there was not there's a very different culture I think kids in America and kids in Europe are being born with social media. They have a phone when they are 5 or 6 years old, but that doesn't happen in Africa. So we needed to help our athletes. How are you present on social media, and how do we tell their story in an authentic way? So what we did is we gathered all our athletes into a team, and we launched the annual running team. And all our the best of our marathon athletes are in that team, and we started to tell their stories year round, because it's not only Eliud Kipchoge, it's also Joshua Cheptegei, Latezabet Gide, who was in this story as well. So the documentaries that we make tell the story of our athletes preparing in Uganda, in Ethiopia, in Kenya, but also from our Western athletes. And we combine that. We show the differences, we show the similarities. And I think that way we are present year round, which is good for the athletes, but also good for brands to invest in those athletes, which helps us to create a good support system year round to improve on performance and marketing services for our athletes.
Thank you. You spoke about authentic, and you spoke about brands. Sometimes there's probably some conflicts and challenges. How do you negotiate that and balance it out and ensure authenticity?
Oh, absolutely. This is a big challenge, and it's, to be honest, sometimes we have hilarious conversations that a brand wants something, and I'm like, well, you know, that's so far from an athlete. It's just simply not going to happen. It's sometimes tough decisions. There's no blueprint of building the profile of an athlete, because we work with athletes like Eliud Kipchoge, but also Faith Kipyegon, also Sifan Hassan, and they are very different characters. So it's not that what we do with Eliud Kipchoge works for Sifan Hassan. It's not that one athlete likes photo shoots and the other doesn't. So you have to work with what you get. So, and that means in terms of social media and storytelling, but it also means with building a sponsor portfolio. For one athlete, it's just better to have 1, 2, maybe 3 sponsors, and that's it. They want to focus on their performance, and they get distracted by too many other things. The other athlete gets fueled by having brands on board, having fans on board, meeting fans, doing media interviews, being out there. That fuels them. Eliud is an athlete like that. It fuels him to meet with his fans, to meet with people, to share his story, to build a legacy. And that's different to every athlete. So we try to stay as close as possible to the athlete to make sure you build an authentic story. So if we start talking to a brand who is interested to work with an athlete, I try to explain what kind of athlete it is, what they can expect. And when they come up with a brand plan that totally doesn't fit, I'm just being honest. Like, this is not going to work. So we either change the narrative and the story, or it's not going to work.
Yeah, right. And so in that sense, someone like Eliud who loves to be there, how do you balance that out as well in terms of, you know, you've got this athlete that's performing, and all of a sudden the building the profile can take over from the performance. So balancing both in terms of not impacting their performance, but also the balance of what kind of performance-related content and what behind-the-scenes content. Is there a magic formula for that, or does that all vary athlete to athlete as well?
It varies, and there's no formula. There's no data on how many media interviews you do and when it will impact your training, or how many photo shoots you do and it impacts your training. But I think everyone can understand when you fly out to do a media shoot in a different continent, it's going to take away from your performance, because it impacts training, it impacts rest, it impacts dietitian. So we have a great team around Eliud and around every athlete, actually, where I'm responsible for the marketing, but Valentijn Trouw is responsible for performance. And I think we have those discussions and we try to find balance. And that's different per athlete. One athlete can handle more than the other. Mm-hmm. And I think it's also something athletes get used to. I think 10 years ago, we couldn't do as much with Eliud as he can do right now, because he's way more relaxed in doing appearances, in meeting people, and yeah, it's completely different.
So you go from the ultimate pro who's had all that experience to the up-and-coming athletes. how do you, whilst each of them is different, what kind of training, how do you bring them on that journey in a way that doesn't overwhelm them in the beginning?
I think that's also one of the power of the team. We try to build a circular system where we have the absolute top athletes. They bring in the exposure, they bring in the sponsorships, they bring in the interest of the fans. But there's a big group under that, and they are capable of winning big marathons. They are capable of running fast times. And there's a group of talents under that. And they are all working together because those talents and those second-tier athletes, they help the top names in terms of pacemaking, in terms of being training partners, in terms of Elliot is only running 2 marathons a year, so if someone else wins New York Marathon, the meet and greets with the sponsors are with that athlete and not with Elliot Kipchoge. So we make sure everyone has his share to make sure we have a year-round appearance. With the youngsters, it's simply amazing. When we start making content, we have, for example, an item that's called Run the Future, and we show an athlete and a coach from every country. And that's normally their first experience with a camera and an interview. And it's quite nice that it's people from our team. They know us, they know the other athletes who are being filmed. And when they do that, they get the first experience. And it's not just an interview, because before we talk to them like, okay, who do you admire? And what would you like to know from that person? So you try to educate them. What's the information? Because in the beginning they're like, why would anyone want to know if I have brothers or sisters, or what kind of people I admire? But when I tell them, hey, you love soccer and you like to know what Messi is doing before a competition, or what he eats before a competition. So when you get further down the road and you become more elite and you become more high profile, people want to know that from you as well. And then they start to understand like, oh, I'm going to be in that position as well, maybe. And that's how you educate them. They also see the interviews of the other athletes, and that helps them. And the first time when they come to a World Junior Championship and they are in the mixed zone, that's the moment that they are probably like, oh yes, I did this before. And they know way better what's expected from them.
Mm. Let's then, thank you, that's lots of great insights behind the scenes. We've got lots of race organisers here. How do they play a role in this journey? How can they help in terms of creating content and leveraging that opportunity for the benefit of their events?
I think they play a massive role. We've started a team, and we've seen, because we build our social media channels and we see around the events, there's a big peak, because that's where it matters. That's where the performance is delivered. Even though this is beautiful, what we do in the build-up towards a race, but in the race, that's most important. And I think the race organizers, they have their community. We have our community. The athletes have their fan base. And if you bring that all together, and if you work together, you can reach so many more people. You can inspire more people, and you can service a lot more sponsors and create more value together.
And that, I'm assuming, is a lot of collaboration and planning up front, because that kind of content doesn't happen easily, and not everyone has the kind of budget to do that. But then when you come to an event, you've obviously got your majors and you come down the level, but there's opportunities for all of those events to collaborate. Talk a little bit about how races can work with athlete managers to make sure that that happens, because if you think about it the night before, it's not going to happen. There's clearly a lead time and a storyboarding and a planning that goes into it.
Yeah, I think where we work together a lot is that we have a lot of content from the athletes in Africa. A race director has a lot of content from the race week and in race. And if you the simplest thing is if you share that content with each other, race directors can build a story towards the race. So if you can start with the announcement, you can do that together. If you can then show how an athlete is preparing for the race. And if the race director can share in that same week content about that athlete in the city, because that's already a big step, arriving in the city, then the last preparations, press conferences, fans being out there, but also the race itself, you together, you're going to write that story instead of us writing the story in Africa and the race directors in the city. So I think it's really important we work together there, because there are simply, I think, hundreds of millions runners out there, and we all reach a little bit of that group. So if we start working together, maybe we can start to build a bigger profile altogether. And I think that only happens by working together.
That's important collaboration again.
Absolutely.
Can we talk a little bit about failure? What opportunities that presents? How do you deal with the negative things? So, someone's pulled out of a race as they've been built up. That must present challenges, but it must also present opportunities when you're storytelling.
Absolutely, and that's the most difficult part. I mean, success is easy to sell. Disappointment and loss is a lot harder. But still, it's part of life. And I think it's also part of the journey of many normal runners, amateur runners. So if you really want to relate to your fans, you also have to share that story. But there's a lot of sides to it, because if an athlete gets injured, there's also a privacy part. You don't want to start telling when it's not sure how long it's going to take or how much impact it's going to be. You don't want to tell things when it's not sure an athlete has to withdraw from a competition. So I can't really tell that there's a way to do this. It's just a sensitive topic, but not a topic that you should go out of the way for, because it's part of it. And I think it's not only for elites, but also for the amateur runners. So as long as you can relate, you've been talking about closing the gap before, as long as you can relate, it's only being honest to tell that story as well.
Is there a particular example around that where there was a bad news story that was able to be turned into a good news story?
Yes, Geoffrey Kamworor. He's multiple New York Marathon winner. In COVID times in Kenya, they had to train from home. They weren't allowed in the camps because they couldn't be together. So he was training alone on the roads, and he was hit by a motorbike and was injured quite badly. So slowly by slowly, because he has been out for quite some time, so we had to start telling that story because he wasn't out there. And at some point you get questions. But at some point he was cycling, slowly by slowly, getting back. And after his first race, he wasn't on a level yet, because when you have a very bad injury, you can be healthy, but the body is still not responding as it was normally doing. But slowly by slowly, he started to come back. And then it turned out to be a very inspirational story of having a very big setback, but still achieving the top. And then we found out for him it was really nice to talk about it, because he was clearly very proud of coming back. And for a lot of people out there, it was very inspirational, because how many people are struggling with injuries and are sitting at home and wondering, am I ever able to get back on that same level? Well, if you see a story like him or you hear a story, that's very motivational.
Inspirational. We're almost out of time. Any questions from the crowd? Yeah. We're just bringing a microphone to you. Just someone's running a sprint down the back of the room.
My name is Otoye from the Lagos City Marathon in Nigeria. My question to you is this. Now, we know running, and particularly mass participation, is very big in places like in Europe and in America. And then, usually the winners of these races are African, East African in particular. And we are now in Africa, we are really trying to build up that culture of running. There are basically only 3 gold label races in Nigeria. We have the only full marathon gold label, although I know there are other good races in Africa. And we're really trying to build the running culture, really trying to educate people about running and its benefits, especially for the fun runners. So my question to you is this. In terms of your athletes like Kipchoge, what is the workaround for helping other races, like say the Lagos City Marathon, let's say we want to invite Kipchoge to come because he has a very big fan base in Nigeria, to come and, his presence will help actually open up, and get more people to come and run, not just from Nigeria, but from other places in Africa. Because one of the problems we usually have with African runners, even trying to go to run in Europe, is things like the cost of traveling. That is a very big issue, the cost of traveling, the refusal of visas, and then let's try and promote the ones that you have in Africa where it relatively might not need a visa or it's really cheap. So what kind of plan do you have? I know you have to walk around maybe their training program, but what kind of plan do you have to get like Kipchoge or your top runners to use their status to help promote the running for like this elite or this label races in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. And I agree. I see, because I travel a lot to Africa, and I see the running community growing, and I see a lot of events being hosted, coming up, growing as well. So we really support that. And I understand you're not the only one who would like to have Eliud Kipchoge in this race. That's a performance decision. And at the moment, I think most of the top-tier athletes, they run the World Marathon Majors, and that's because they find the best competition there, and I think that's the reason why. In a way, if I don't have a solution, so I won't say I have all answers.
I'm not even talking for them to run in our race, but to come to the race.
Yeah, but that's where we were just talking about. If you have performance versus marketing, there's not. If you're an active athlete, you don't have much possibilities to travel, because as soon as you travel, you're not training and you're not resting. So in that sense, I can also say that Eliud Kipchoge is a very special athlete, because already for 20 years he has the discipline to train, rest, sleep, eat, and that's why he is as good as he is. He can travel the world because he can show up everywhere he wants, but he decides to focus on his career. He wants to become Olympic champion next year. And to do that, he must keep his world very small. And that world is mostly in Kaptagat, where he trains. But it doesn't mean that he supports running in Kenya, running in Africa. And I'm quite sure in a couple of years, when he finishes his career, he will definitely be an ambassador for running in Africa.
Thanks, Marlene. Thanks again for the question. We are out of time. Some wonderful insights, hopefully, and I'm sure very valuable to people here. Wonderful to see you in person at last, and all the best for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Marlene. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Marlene. Two very quick postscripts, and it's all about you. The first one is, had you noticed you were having your photo taken across the 2 days, in the breakout rooms, in the dining area, in the conference? You all look gorgeous, honestly. You would think it was a catwalk rather than a conference. How do you get those photos? Let's invite on stage Claudio from Pica to explain.
Hello, everybody. Lovely to be with you today and yesterday as well, and looking forward for the dinner as well. So you found on your table a card with a QR code. Maybe you also saw it on the screen before. And that's all you need to be able to receive all the images where you appear without going through 1,000 pictures and multiple folders. So you just scan the QR code. If it's the first time you use GetPika, you put your email address and a password, which is your account, and then take a selfie. The selfie will be the bridge between your account that you just created and all the images where you appear, where you are the star. So in less than a minute, you receive all these beautiful shots at dinner, in the networking situation, here listening to the panels, without the hassle of like spending 2 hours, 1 day, going through 500 photos. It's great to then share the picture online as well, so you have an easy button to download the photo or an easy button to share on social media. You can tag World Athletics, you can tag the Global Running Conference, you can tag Smile as a good tag. And you can also then reuse potentially this technology for your events, for your guests, to give them like a nice digital experience for themselves and all the network that they're gonna attract with the images. So if you have any question, let me know. Just scan the QR code, take a selfie, and smile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. And finally, this event has a twin. The European Running Business Conference was in alternate years, pre-lockdown, and now it's gone back to that alternate years thing. So those of you that have attended this will know about the European Running Business Conference. It's in a very, very classic and special venue next year. To explain about it, please welcome the Director of Running at European Athletics. It's Marko Vasic.
Thank you, Geoff. Thank you, great colleagues. It's great to be here in Riga at Aigarsis city. So we are all delighted that the day is coming to an end. I don't want to separate you from the dinner soon on. So let me give you a couple of details about the event and your road from Riga to Athens. So we have a European Running Business Conference that is open to the whole world. So our friends from Asia, Africa, Oceania, South and North America, they are very, very welcome. They have been welcome through the previous editions as well. So we started this journey in 2017 in Frankfurt, 2019 in Prague, 2022 in Stockholm, and now we are going to be in Athens. Those are the dates, 8th to the 10th of November. So put in your diaries and let's see what you should be expecting. So we expect to be 350, so quite a big running industry community. We expect around 45 speakers, and we are going to be together for 3 days. So Friday and Saturday for the 2 conference days, and on Sunday we have something special for all of you. It's the place where the marathon is born. We have the Athens Marathon, the authentic, on Sunday morning, and the registrations for all of you that would run the original distance from the city of Maratonas to the Panathinaikos Stadium at the city center of Athens. For those of you that would like still to enjoy the sun of Athens in November, which is really beautiful, while we have snow in some parts of Europe and the world at that time, you will be able to have a VIP treatment and to follow the race from the start to the finish from the beautiful VIP area at the Panathinaikos Stadium. So the venue of the conference for Friday and Saturday, so the 8th and the 9th of November, will be the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center. That is a public institution, a library, an opera house, and a venue that we will use. The beautiful venue is actually on the top floor, so it's just here. So we have a top floor experience for you looking from Kalitea municipality to the Aegean Sea. And being very close to the Acropolis, where we are going to have dinner at the Acropolis Museum. So we offer you something special. We offer you some discount code that is RRC. It's just here. So Road Running Conference 50 at ERBC. So for all of you that are joining us from Riga to Athens, please take a photo and use the code to get special discounts for individual or team registrations for 3 or more people. And where you can register and learn more about the event, our speakers, the program over the 3 days, you can scan the QR code and that will lead you to the registration page. Lastly, I just want to thank World Athletics family that has been a big gatherer of the running movement, not only for Europe, but the whole world. We as European Athletics are a sister organization to World Athletics, and we consider the whole world also as our field of play and area, as an area association of World Athletics, we would like to help also race organizers and the running community across the world. So feel fully welcome to Europe and beautiful Athens in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marko. We're almost there. Quick votes of thanks for Alessio, for Benjamin, For Ira and the local team, the audio-visual team, those of you that have joined us online, that's available for catch-up on the MPW YouTube channel. And don't forget tomorrow, or this evening, it's 7 o'clock departures from the Marriott and from the Radisson Blu if you're going to the dinner, the welcome dinner. And tomorrow morning at 8:15, it is departure from the lobby of the Marriott if you're going on the behind-the-scenes tour. In all other respects, do you need to jump in here?
Yes, I wanted to thank you, first and foremost. Great host of yet another running conference, as well as Benjamin. And before you leave, come on stage, let's have a group picture. So, nice memory.
And if you do have to leave now, have a great Christmas.